All right. All right. I'm going to do, in the context of a quick lecture, which is usually about an hour or so, 2 hours, to really just bring something up that was on my mind about social programming, or what they call behavioral conditioning, in the context of last year's what I seen attack on the psyche of black people through movies. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Django, 12 Years a Slave, The Butler, Mandela, and how they were all connected as a psychological attack on black people. The uh, the understanding here is that or one of the understandings that I came into was one of the most effective ways to socially engineer the masses as a whole has been through media, movies and TV in particular, especially movies. This is probably the supreme way to communicate directly with the psyche in terms of instruction and training, or training. And they do it quite often, quite frequently, through stereotypes, through emotion, and anything else you can fathom that you come out the movies with. Primarily emotion. Remember, they're flashing lights, colors, and that's a direct communication with the chakra system, which is the emotion, to manipulate, control, and coerce, and also to set kind of a standard sometime to live up to on a more mundane level, just with the imagery. And I'm going to talk about in detail basically how the psyche works and how they speak to the psyche. Of course, through advertisement, is another way. No one makes a Snickers commercial for you to run out immediately and buy a Snickers. What they're trying to do is put it in the background of your psyche so it becomes a part of your reality. And really, that's the premise on how these things operate on. Either a reality that was created, and to put it in the movies is another way to maintain that reality, i.e., 12 Years a Slave, or to dictate a new reality. And psychologically, we follow, and we have been following. And or they could also use it to traumatize, which they do. And the difference between your subconscious mind and conscious mind in this context is that the beauty of these movies is, consciously you will tell yourself it's just a movie, they're only acting, and things of this nature. But your subconscious mind doesn't think like that. It doesn't make those determinations. It's a holistic thing. It sees one black person as all black people. I.e., this is the reason in Hollywood for using stereotypes. And as I pointed out before, the word stereotype in the Webster's dictionary is synonymous, or is a synonym with the word ritual. So therefore, stereotype, therefore, they are doing rituals in Hollywood when you keep seeing this same constant image over and over again. And these rituals, these stereotypes, amount to something else called repetition. And repetition is one of the primary ways to entrain anyone without them even knowing it sometimes. For instance, how you can hear an annoying song on the radio over and over again, and before you know it, no matter how annoying or how much you dislike that song, you'll find yourself in the car singing it or knowing all the words. Or for instance, jingles. Why do they use commercial jingles in the form of repetition, in the form of a melody? Because the subconscious mind picks up music It's one of the languages, one of the primary language of the subconscious mind, melody. That's why in every movie they also have music, because they're trying to connect the scene to a melody, which has a most emotional and subconscious impact, and it also has an impact on the memory. So now for the commercial jingle, this is why they use these short jingles in the form of melody, because it's there to connect a certain emotion and to impact the memory, the subconscious memory, to create a portion of your background, or I'm sorry, the background of your life. It is there to impact it, so these things become a subtle part, but something. Even though you may consciously say I don't eat McDonald's, but I guarantee you know what it's all about and what's on that motherfucking menu. And or for instance, another example of that is that's why in school the primary things they teach you, like ABCs, which no kid could be without, even though their whole job in the public school is to train you and keep you, not to truly educate you, just to train you, but certain things you can't live without, like ABCs. So that's why the ABCs, when they teach you, they teach you in the form of a melody. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And as I say in my classes, if you think you know your ABCs without that melody, go ahead and say them to me backwards right now. See, what you know you can say backwards, or if you just knew it, you'll be able to say it backwards. But you only know them forward because you sang that melody forward. That repetition is what made it real for you. You get what I'm saying? You say the ABCs backwards, is not real. But you say them forwards, oh, there's just the ABCs, identifiable, and you understand that. And then you have your parents to say, well, how come you know all those songs and you do not know your math or your whatever? Well, if they sang this shit to me, you would know it. Now, also in a song, we know the chorus, which is something that's repetitive within the song, something that's meant to come back within the song, is also slang. We call it the hook. Why is it the hook? Why does it hook you in? Not because it is the most best thing going, it's because it's going to be repetitive and it makes the point of the song. So repetition makes the point. So when anyone's using repetition, consciously or subconsciously, they're trying to make a point. They're trying to drive this home through repetition. So therefore, one of the tools in movies have become stereotypes. Stereotypes. Always the nanny, black person always dying first, always the buddy, always the comic relief, always without a wife and kids. You name it. You name whatever we've complained about in the past, and whoop, there it is. That's for a purpose. That's not just something that's happening haphazardly. And it's self-perpetuating, meaning only a handful of people have to know this is the agenda. But if this is the agenda and they make it the only agenda and it's the only projects that get greenlit, you have, let's say, the other 85% of directors who don't have to be with the program of the agenda, but they're going to follow suit because this has now become the standard or the norm. So you have, let's just say, 15% who understand we're only going to show black men as butlers. And then the other 85% doesn't have to be with the program. They just know if they want to make a program, this is what they're going to have to do. So they're going to just be doing it and doing it and doing it, while black people from another psychological program is just going to sit around and go, oh, they're all against us. It's the psyche. They're all doing it. You got to understand that the other 85% of white people are not that clever. It's less than 15 who are sinister and understand this program, but everybody else is going to follow suit. So you need to understand that so you can shut down this grand conspiracy level and understand it's just a smaller group of motherfuckers who have an understanding. You got to look at them the same way we look at us, as we look at the masses of black people who really don't know shit, and there's a certain percentage of us who are conscious that holds true to them as well. there's a certain amount of them that are conscious. That's what we've been identifying as the ones in the secret societies, the ones that are in these particular groups that are controlling and doing things. Well, you got to look at them as within the grouping of white folks, those are the conscious ones. And they are conscious of what and who they are and what and who we are. That's what makes them conscious. So they must do what they need to do for them to survive, which is what they're doing. And these masses of white people don't know nothing from nothing. They're only following what conscious folks who their conscious folks who are running the planet are doing. Just like when we ran the planet, it was the conscious of black people dictating to the masses how to exist here. The difference is we did it out on the basis of love and taking care of our people. They're doing it to degrade and exploit. So, what we first need to understand, which we're going to go into deeper, is certain concepts, which I really want to talk about, and I'll show you how these movies fit into the program of mind control. We first need to understand, and I'm going to read some things on what they call behavioral conditioning. All right, so, and we can see how, and you're going to see how black people's minds are set up or have been set up. In behavioral conditioning, it's in the simplest form of behavioral modification. Well, first we need to know the difference between behavioral modification and behavioral conditioning. To modify behavior would be the first step in setting up something that will last forever, or what they hope forever, or years to come. And when I say this, immediately y'all should understand the will or be led to the Willie Lynch letter. The Willie Lynch letter is the perfect example of behavioral modification. You had a people acting a certain way, and they needed to implement steps to modify their behavior, something that will last throughout an eternity. All right, so in the simplest form of behavioral modification is nothing more than a series of rewards and punishments for certain behaviors. And of course, we know that they showed you in Roots, nigga who did the most get an extra piece of pork fat and all the rest of that. In 12 Years a Slave, they kept shouting out this chick as the champion because she picked the most motherfucking cotton all day. And this nigga's frowned upon because he couldn't pick more cotton than her. So that's an example, just one example of rewards and punishment. We'll get to others. The goal of behavioral modification is to program people to do some behaviors in certain contexts and not do other behaviors within certain contexts. So where I want to point this to more recently is the civil rights movement. This was a excellent form of, or let me say Martin Luther King was the tool for this behavior modification program, because what he did was set the precedence for how we should act and react to America's daily racism. Marching, they told you nonviolence. You get what I'm saying? He set the precedence for behavior modification. Or in this particular situation, the behavioral modification that they needed for black people to adapt. See, because what was happening before that, we were separating our asses from them and thriving. That's what the movie Rosewood was all about. And, you know, there were real scattered places all around the country where we were thriving, taking care of our own, doing better than them. One of the places was the Canes River and the Canes River people. And some of them are still there in New Orleans. But then, of course, you hear about all the raping and pillaging out of sheer jealousy of poor white trash, because when you did it your own, you emerge. So they had to modify this behavior. So that became this movie. We must all get together. We must go to their schools. We must fight to sit at lunch counters. You know the story. All of these things weren't for us to have true freedom and to feel equal. All of those things were to modify our behavior, which still exists to this day. Because when it comes down to the bling bling, the Puff Daddy, all that is an updated version of what they call the civil rights movement. And they're in the media, they're held up because remember I told you there's punishments and there's rewards for certain behavior. So Puff Daddy and Kanye West and the rest of these clowns look like the reward for a certain behavior, a participation, believing in the system, if you will, because the only thing that makes a system is the people who believe in it. So you got them who bring a whole bunch of hope, and remember that word, hope, to the table, and they become the examples of what to strive for, or you can strive for, or what can happen as a form of reward. The punishment is the Negro who runs his mouth wrong. So Kanye West ran his mouth wrong when he sat there and George Bush don't like black people. Shit, black people don't like black people, whatever. And of course his mother's killed, dead. And who knows, you know, I'm sure somebody did something where they show the conspiracy and all of that, but it looks mighty fishy. Let's just say that. All right. To change a person's behavior is behavior modification, but to train them to respond consistently is behavioral conditioning. Let me say it again. But to train them to respond consistently is behavioral conditioning. So after all the Willie Lynch letters and Martin Luther King tell you this is what we're going to do and this is how we're going to do it, what you need to do, or what happens next when they're conditioned to behavioral modification, is behavioral conditioning. We're conditioned to have a response. Therefore, if you fast forward, when we see Trayvon Martin, Sean Bell, and all of that, they can dictate how black people respond. In any given situation, they can dictate how black people respond because we are now have conditioned behavior. This is why we keep hearing this. There's only not even 10% of white people on this entire planet. And every other 90% of everyone else on this planet is a dark person, which means we can kill white people in one day. Everybody pick a whitey. There's 9 niggas to every whitey. We can kill them. But see, because they have modified our behavior, and we are now conditioned for certain responses, no matter what they do to us in any context, we are now conditioned to have a certain response. Non-violent, crying, a new conditioning is just posted on Facebook, so on and so forth. So they don't fear us. And if you want to look at the other side of it, when you see groups, let's just say like Public Enemy, and I remember myself being a young guy thinking they were very dangerous. They were very radical. They posed a threat to the powers that be, fight the power. People are going to wake up and white folks are shaking in their boots. Until I grew up and met all the white folks at the record label, one who cried an actual tear telling me how Public Enemy has changed their life. I've seen more love from white people when I was working at record labels for Public Enemy than niggas really. And in fact, as I think back, in our hood in Long Island City near Queensbridge, next to us were a lot of Italians. And all they did with them IROC Z's was drive back with fucking Bring the Noise. Don't Believe the Hype. They was listening to that shit more than us. You know what I'm saying? And remember that, because that's going to lead to why you had a lot of white love for Django. And I'm going to explain that, the movie to Django, when we get there. But there was this one guy, Bob Johnson. We had a bachelor party, so we all had to go, and it was everybody from work. So, of course, it's white, so we had a bar, and he knew I worked with Public Enemy, so he's telling me, "Oh man, well, he's drunk now because they shit faced, He's the one who was getting married. And he's like, oh man, when I was in my college dorm, I wanted to be Public Enemy. And he just kept going till it finally came out. I wanted to be black. I was like, oh shit. And I know he remembered that shit because the nigga avoided me at work a few other days. But see, I could handle that shit, so I just let it go because I know they all want to be black anyway. It was just, he just was drunk and admitted that shit. He was like, oh man, I wanted to be Chuck and Flav, and when Flav came on it, oh Lord, I wanted to be black. And I was like, nigga, this Candyland, nigga, this Candyland. So they had, so I can't remember why I brought this up. So this behavioral conditioning, okay, I remember why I brought it up, because what I come to find out, more than just them liking it, was that this posed no threat to the powers that be. You know, the idea why Public Enemy came out, because they already have a response to anything Public Enemy could bring forth. How did they do that? Because they figured out this behavior when the Black Panthers did it. So when the Black Panthers did it in the 60s, as radical as that got, the reality is them niggas are in jail. That's the reality. So if that's the reality, and as sad as that is, and we know they've been railroaded, and we need to free Jamia and all that, we understand that as black folks. But if you're dealing with the laws of polarity, and you're a master of the laws of polarity, that means you're able to investigate both sides. It puts you in the middle, outside of the human outside of the human thought process. When you pick a side, you're joining the human thought process. I'm for it. I'm against it. But when you're dealing as a scientist in the occult, you deal with polarity. You need to understand why and what their psyche was for doing it, and your psyche for doing it. So I understand and sympathize, with our brothers and what we've done, but I also understand as a scientist their agenda and their responses and how they've been effective in certain areas. So the worse you can get as a radical, the worse they can get as someone who's trying to oppose it. We understand that's how the game is played. You're playing ping pong with these niggas. What you have to do is destroy the whole entire game, and that's the understanding of an occult scientist. You're no longer playing this game of ping pong with them. You can feel things. I feel the compassion for Trayvon and old ladies getting shot and what they're doing to kids. I feel that compassion. But as a scientist, I know I have to destroy both sides of the game, which means I have to understand dispassionately each side or each mentality to be able to study it. So to study both sides of this mentality, they have an answer. And once you understand and know that, when you see a group like Public Enemy, and as much as I love Public Enemy, so much so I did everything to work with Public Enemy and have produced songs on the album Music and Our Message, which they were over by then, but still, I was in it. So, ain't no doubt about my love for Public Enemy, but I do understand that it actually means nothing in the grand scheme of shutting down America. But I also came later to understand that it still did its work, because a lot of people got conscious because of it. So that's probably the most damage somebody like Public Enemy or X-Clan or one of those could do. X-Clan, which I thought was actually, in hindsight, a much more dangerous group than Public Enemy, because they use symbology. They use our ancient symbology and put it in a context that you can digest it. So y'all need to understand this. I'm also going to do something Professor X came through, which is Lumumba Carson, son of Sonny Carson. He came through with some information. I'm going to do it with Aleem on Blog Talk. And he was the guy, he was Van Glorious from the X-Clan. which I knew him semi. You know, he was a much older man, and they used to actually promote shows at the Latin Quarters where we all were as kids. And he was very active. Him in Paradise Gray on Facebook now, and Sugar Shaft was the producer, the light skinned dude who was a personal friend who died very early. So, and then Lumumba's dead too. Those dudes you would need to watch. Those were the dangerous ones. X-Clan. Now, so, and that's because they use the iconography, and what that will do is wake up the subconscious mind. As I pointed out, repetition is one of the languages of the subconscious mind. So is symbols, is the primary language of the subconscious mind. That's why, again, the ancient Kamites left symbols to wake us up, because they understood they were talking to, as I pointed out, the subconscious mind, which is the reality of you. So they needed to have a real conversation with you. So that's why they use symbols. Now understand this: movie icons, actors, and roles are symbols. So when you have a black person, white person, or whomever portraying a role, they're actually playing a symbol. When you're playing a maid, you're symbolizing all black women. When you're playing a slave, you're symbolizing all black men. Not just this, consciously we sit there and say, well, no, that's just that particular guy. No, and in my book, I have a whole chapter on this, 109 pages. This is damn near a book within itself, with the effeminization of the black male image. I started this out as a blog and took the 10 top, but as I investigated, I found out and I make this promise to you niggas, every single black man in Hollywood, I show where they were effeminized. The ceiling on it is wearing a dress. The second is kissing someone. The third, showing their ass. They either did one or all of those things in one movie or another. And showing your ass taps in the psyche of being on the auction block as a slave. For instance, I'll tell you some psychological shit. Denzel in Ricochet, he was naked in the movie in Ricochet. He was naked in the locker room, and Lindsay Wagner walked in, a white lady. It set up the psychological impact of him being looked at to be bought on the auction block. And this also happened, same scenario, in the movie, what's that football movie with Oliver Stone and Jamie Foxx where he blew up? Any Given Sunday. Cameron Diaz walked in on some black men. It was just like she was there. She was the owner of the team. So she was the owner of these slaves. And they never said nothing about it, of course, but and Oliver Stone does this. It was the psychological impact that was most important in this, or what they was trying to portray, and it's supposed to tap in. It brings us right there in the psyche, while we consciously think that we're watching a movie that's just a fun, updated movie, and Jamie Foxx and LL Cool J are just so off the hook with it, and you know what I'm saying, and this is that shit right there, watching Blame blow up. You know what I'm saying? Jamie Foxx was singing that song, Go Crazy, I'm Willie D and all that shit. But no, they playing it on their job. Phil Valentine, brother Phil, Dr. Phil Valentine, that is. He called it entertainment. These movies are entertainment. They masquerade as entertainment, but their real agenda is to train you. Their real agenda is to train you. You got to remember, in the Willie Lynch letter, and this is something I go thoroughly in my book on, thoroughly, one of the statements was that if we set this shit here up right, player, it will last generations to come. So the question becomes, well, has it? Well, y'all looking at it as like this letter and some slavery shit, and we're still on some slavery shit. Well, what I point out and reveal in my book is that, no, that portion of it is over. Where it's reinforced is in these movies. I show in my book, in that 109, actually 3 chapters that lead to that 109 page chapter, how the Willie Lynch letter is being perpetrated constantly, reinforced. Not is something that we suffer from, that happened from before. I'm gonna show you how the program, the conditioning, or I should say the modification, is still happening in the form of symbology in movies. I'm not going to do that in a lecture because you're going to have to buy the book for you to get this nugget. Being edited now. The last people are proofreading. I swear to you, this shit is coming. I'm just not a book writer. I'm finding my people who do this thing systematically. So it takes time, but we in the stretch right now. We in the stretch. And so, as I pointed out, I go into the detail to show you how this letter is being perpetrated on black and white people through movies, through symbols, which is a little bit more important than taking a whip and beating your ass. If I can symbolically beat your ass, it's just as effective. Know that. Know it. It's Candyland, nigga. The first step to pick a behavior you want to reinforce. The first step is to pick a behavior you want to reinforce. Start with a small and very specific behavior. If your goal is to instill large global beliefs, then think in terms of specific behaviors to manifest with that belief. So they're telling you you can do this on a personal level, on a global level. You just got to start with small steps. So a way to define small steps is saying key words like you heard in the civil rights movement. We're making progress. We're on a journey, one step at a time. And all these phrases we used to have, one day, one man, and one moment, and all that silly shit we used to say, but it would put the agenda that we were taking small steps, that we're making progress. And then, but what this does, if you made a progress and you're made to feel that you hit a brick wall, it then puts you in a position where you have to modify behavior. And in all the civil rights movies you see, when they're sitting around brainstorming, well, we need to do that. Well, give them sandwiches. Well, we don't have no bread. Give them bananas. Where you see them doing and changing while it seems like we're in the movie or in real life that we're coming up with new solutions to an ever-changing problem. No, it's just one problem: racist motherfuckers trying to keep you out of your true self. But it seems like there's an always evolving problem where we have to evolve with it. The real agenda to that is to pick behavior that you want to reinforce. Of course, they got that. Start with a small, very specific behavior, and then keep shape shifting it into, in other words, where you wouldn't drink when you wouldn't drink the Kool-Aid before, now you feel forced to drink the Kool-Aid because your Kool-Aid drinking no longer works. So that's the first way you can get people to go to control them, to get them at one starting point, then eventually get black people where you have today. So our starting point for us was we're going to own our own black business. We're going to grow our own food. Shit, we've been growing it for him. So we was the experts anyway, but we're clearly the experts here now. So all we can do is grow, feed our food, feed each other, create our own businesses, and serve each other. So how do you modify this behavior in small steps to where you have now, all you niggas, the greatest thing you can do is find a high-paying job. That's the greatest thing a black person could do. Nigga, you know how much they paid me? I'm that person. That's what you see in Tyler Perry's movies. A bunch of niggas with great jobs. And shit, Spike Lee movies too. Bunch of niggas with great jobs. Nobody with a fucking business. Nobody taking care of their own. And all them sciences black people talk about, putting dollars back in their community, generating amongst each other. None of that. What you hear is a whole bunch of motherfuckers looking for jobs. So how do we get there? And get there because you small steps with behavior modification, and now we're conditioned. You come out and you want a job. You know what I mean? You want a job. All right. As you compile a list of behaviors that manifest around a belief and reward them, you will be reinforcing this belief because people will have to justify in their mind why they're behaving in such a way. So, they're telling you here one of the key things is belief. So, why are we marching for Trayvon? Because we believe police shouldn't do this for guys. We believe black people have civil rights. We believe our women are respect and protect them. We believe this is a God's given right. Every man and every woman has the right to civil rights, freedom, and all this. The belief system is going to start to drive the behavior. Or you can modify and eventually get the conditioned behavior if people are being driven by belief. So you get the opposing belief that you got, and the opposing belief for you to get your asses moving. Black man, you're less than an animal. You're 3/4 of a man. The Negro doesn't have the right to do this. So what's the first thing you do? I don't believe that shit. And then they tell you, well, you don't believe it so much. I need to do something. Well, boom, they already set it up. They already have, it says, complete a list of behaviors that will manifest around the belief. So you go, I'm just so upset. I don't know what to do. They done shot Trayvon. They done beat Rodney King. What do I do? Wait a minute. There's already a list of behaviors. I make a sign. I march. I write the senator. I don't go outside and just shoot cops. You know what I'm saying? I don't do a Malvo on them, which you should be fucking doing. Big ups to Malvo and the other dude. You know what I'm saying? I was watching a documentary on them recently. Congratulations. They don't want you to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Even though there might have been some MK Ultra shit, but fuck it. I'll take it. They don't want you to do that. So they already compiled a list for you to go against your beliefs. I believe no man should be in a Hyundai getting beat. What am I going to do? You already got a list. Right? And this is also called social, connected, I should say, to social engineering. Which is behavioral conditioning, but social engineering is definitely for the masses, and these are prerequisite mentalities that they put out. And let me say it now before I forget. The ultimate in social engineering is Oprah Winfrey. She is the tunnel, and we'll get to that when we get to the butler. She is the tunnel for social engineering. Don't beat your kids. And niggas all around the world to this day stop beating their motherfucking kids. You're a criminal for doing that. This is how we should act. This is how we should feel sad. She says, oh, this lady lost her leg. And the whole audience goes, aww. Of course, you're being socially engineered. And he hit his kids. Ooh, no. You know what I'm saying? All right. That's social engineering. And we have been engineered, connected with behavioral conditioning. All right. Now, no behavior, no reward. That's also a rule to behavioral conditioning. No behavior, no reward. So this is why you get two things. This is why those civil rights dudes from that era has been modified. I'm not from that era, of course not. That's the 60s. That was the biggest shit. It died down in the 70s. So now I'm in the 80s, an 80s kid. And all you see on TV is Jesse Jackson era and them old niggas getting on there saying how all the kids have lost their way. When we was doing this shit, we was marching, we was bringing it to the man and sticking it to his ass. We were putting on this pressure, and these little niggas here ain't about shit. You know what I'm saying? They're running around here with their pants all off, their asses, and all the rest of this. But what they're really saying is a part of the program. No reward, no behavior, you get no reward. So they were already made to feel by doing what they did, they got a reward. There is no reward. If there was a reward, listen closely now to this little fucking science here. If there was a reward, then they would for what they have done in the 60s, then they would have nothing to complain about with their kids now. If they're complaining that these kids need to get their asses moving, that means they recognize there was a problem that didn't get solved with the shit they did. So they're trying to get us to do more of the shit they did so we can complain, look at all the shit we did and our kids ain't about shit. That's, again, the textbook definition of insanity. Doing the same things over and expecting a different result. So if they're in the 80s because they were in the 60s trying to get us to do the same thing they did to get a different result, which we know failed because they're sitting there complaining we not doing it, is the textbook definition of insane. Yes, these niggas are insane because they have been behavioral conditioned. Now, you also get phrases, if just to be absolutely clear, no behavior, no reward is another way of saying no justice, no peace, which is what they're trying to get you to look at is action reaction. With no behavior, no reward is action reaction. And if they define the action, then they define how they act. So no peace means we're going to keep doing this. No justice means that's the reason we're doing it. We're doing it because white people, I don't know, they don't give us bologna sandwiches, so we're going to keep marching. That's all that's reinforcing. No justice, no peace. What they need to say, no justice, will shoot you in the face. You'll see a whole different newscast that night. These animals, we have to stop them. All right, let's try to keep going. So, as I pointed out, they said you have to create a prerequisite, and that prerequisite is driven also by hope, which I brought up a little bit earlier. Hope. So that's ultimately the reward, and which is the most clever of the reward, because it's non-tangible. It keeps you going, and it also reinforces itself. And that's why the black people from the civil rights movement in the 80s sitting pontificating on talk shows, Phil Donahue, complaining about the younger generation not sticking it to the man doing the same thing, is because, excuse me, they were force-fed something as a reward called hope. It was never you march and you're going to get that. Even though some of them did, that was a part of the reward. Some of them, Jesse Jackson, and some of them got tangible rewards because they finally could lead people. And of course, you know, they're just leading you wherever. That's obvious. But the average Joe who was doing this and out there and writing signs and getting his ass beat and dogs just growling on their ass and just taking chunks out their keister. All they had was really hope. Hope that what they did was going to be better for their kids. What was going to be better. And of course, that's a fantasy. Because, you know, more of your kids got locked up. More of your kids killing each other over stupid shit. And so on and so forth. So, what they didn't see was their reward. That's why they're so uptight. And their reward was only an idea given to them. It was never anything tangible. Even though it was the idea of more businesses, when they decimated their own business to do this civil rights shit, when they decimated so-called segregation, where they were thriving with themselves, they shut down their actual businesses for the hope of more businesses. They shut down their true education systems, or what they had then that could have flourished into something that was to be bused to white schools and for the hope that you would be better educated. The dumbest ignorant animal that has been lording over you in such a savage way, you went to him for education. Motherfucker, that's some real mind fuck shit. Conditioning through behavioral modification is the process of making a modified change a self-rewarding, self-justifying habit. Self-rewarding, self-justifying habit. So ultimately, the ultimate goal after it's all said and done, let's just say with the civil rights movement, again, which is our example, is a form, egotistical form of pride. And you see that as self-evident. When you hear them niggas talk, especially in the 80s, 90s, even now, whenever, some of that shit is dying out because rap music now has unified us, or took over, not just primarily, but took over that role, that need that civil rights was. Now niggas is just falsely speaking it, not anymore, but through the 80s and 90s, falsely speaking their mind or expressing themselves through rap music. This was in the 80s and 90s when we had to express ourselves in civil rights and in news shots and news clips. We will burn it down, and or whatever the fuck we was saying. It was a way to express ourselves, and if one person said it, at least 30,000 people agreed. You know what I'm saying? Or more, with like whatever Stokely Carmichael said, or whoever, Abernathy, or whoever. So that was a way of us co-signing. Now we got a rap song, and even if it's not as profound as Public Enemy, let's say they would be of their time, even if it's just Lords of the Underground or goddamn Heavy D, you still feel he's representing you. You still feel whatever he's saying, even though, you know, it's just about a diddly 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 dee, it still means something to you, where it releases what would have been you marching against the man. So it releases, and just a fly Heavy D jumping out of a helicopter in this video is another way of saying, look at me, Whitey, look how we roll, and Mary J. Blige and whoever the fuck else, and you know you niggas doing this shit in a video. It took over that expression. So now, but when you hear these civil rights dudes, so now with niggas in that rap as well, you hear this sense of self-justifying habits, self-rewarding. You hear that more with the civil rights, but with them, it's this bawling, this pride, this contentment within itself, no matter how stupid it is a part of that conditioning, or accepted as the original program. So when you have Mace talking about, I got 2 Rolexes, which is not a black man's reality. When these niggas is talking this shit, none of this shit is, it happened for them because they were allowed for it. They're safe. They're not going to challenge anything. So the idiots are, giving this Wheezy and the rest of them. And if you hear them talk, oh my goodness, they are geniuses, rewarded selves. They are magnificent in doing nothing. You hear Nicki Minaj talk, she's talking like she's fucking Mozart, and she's making songs about her ass. You get what I'm saying? She's making ridiculous songs for white. I mean, it's but if you hear them talk, you hear the end result, which so many people want to be like them. So many people hold them in self-esteem. There's conscious people that still think Beyonce is interesting. She's fierce. She's a fucking idiot. You know what I'm saying? She's been shaking her fucking ass, and you're like, whoa, my goodness, this fucking genius. The way she just does this, she's fucking cutting edge. She's so fucking cutting edge. I hear you. I leave that bullshit to lesser minds. Y'all could figure that shit out. But but getting back to the civil rights folks, if you hear them, you hear them justifying. When they say self-justifying, they can tell you the whole entire reason for this whole deformed, created movement. You get what I'm saying? Ridiculous. This occurs with people who have been doing the same thing the same way without variation, simply because this is how they were originally conditioned to do it. So this taps into when the event like Trayvon Martin happens, that no one says, wait a minute, we'll pretend this never happened before. But let's say pretend this is the first time And truly, this is the kind. It's not really unique to whites killing blacks, but it's unique to the situation. This dude jumped out, blah blah blah. Let's say it's a little bit more unique than whatever. No one said, wait a minute, maybe we need a new plan of attack. Let's not even say, well, why don't we go shoot some white boys and show them how it feels, or whatever. Let's not even say we're going to do this violent. Let's say niggas are participating and they're trying to figure out a way. No one once came up with any other solution besides what we're naturally conditioned to do. Protest. No one go to Florida on vacation. No one buy this from Florida. If you see that from Florida, thumbs down. We made signs, we wore hoods, we marched. The only new thing that came about with it, everybody put pictures of Trayvon Martin on their wall. That's the only thing new because Facebook is new. So what does this tell us? This tells us people who have been doing the same thing the same way without variation simply because this is how they were originally conditioned to do it. So we're definitely talking about condition when we even talk about the way we protest our problems. So now you have this phenomenon of police who are beating your ass and more people are posting on Facebook. There's nothing new. Doing the same thing. Only thing I seen new was when Jesse Jackson got there, which is the routine. He believes in your condition so much, he don't even try no more. He just show the fuck up. Bobby Hemming was telling me there was somebody who died and there was a horse, one nigga again, and there was a horse-drawn carriage. He said this nigga Jesse Jackson ran up towards the horse, stood near the horse so he could get in the fucking picture of the horse. So long as he's there, it's sentimentality. Now, this is getting old on a certain level. No new solutions now because you've been conditioned. But the faces are getting old, which are Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. There's a new reverend out of Chicago who's going hard on him. Enough to where CNN has granted him interviews where he's talking about, Jesse Jackson is, when they show up, they ain't doing nothing, but they show up, it's the media hype, the camera, but he's going at them for what they are. So much so, when Jesse Jackson went to that Ferguson place to protest, and this shit is on YouTube, you got niggas going right at him. First they booed him, but then he's at like a drive-thru or some shit, and niggas went right at him. Basically said everything but fuck you, you clown ass nigga. They're like, what you doing here? You fake, what I'm saying? Get out the car. They went at him, disrespected him. Because that Jesse Jackson program ain't working. But the mere fact that there's another preacher going at Jesse Jackson is why he is on CNN. Because it doesn't change nothing out the conditioning, out the program. It looks, and it's made to look like there's a radical and there will be a reward or a punishment. The reward will who will get rewarded? Jesse will redeem himself and shut this guy down, him and Al Sharpton, or will this guy be the new leader guy? Either way, he's still going to do the same thing. He's still a fucking preacher, just like Jesse Jackson, and Al Sharpton's a preacher. Al Sharpton is looking at other rewards. That nigga just Jenny Jones himself got a new hoe and rolling around like this motherfucker's Idris Elba or some kind of shit now. It's over. You know what I'm saying? There's a show on Netflix, Morton Downey. Morton Downey Jr. was a talk show host. Talk shows always went two ways. Serious and what became Jerry Springer. Morton Downey Jr., but before they became Jerry Springer was a serious show. Richard Bey was a serious show. At first, Jenny Jones was a serious show at first. The prerequisite, basically, in our era for serious shows to restart it off was a show called Phil Donahue. Phil Donahue dealt with serious issues. He dealt with a lot of black issues. Al Sharpton, all them niggas was on there. And I don't know how close, but early on was a guy named Morton Downey Jr. All he did was yell. It's almost funny. But he became a trash talk show. He was the first to do it. Now, this is the famous show where Al Sharpton and Roy Innis was on. Roy Innis smacked Al Sharpton out the chair. Al Sharpton flew up. All that Tawana Brawley stuff was on it. Nobody was buying it. In the documentary, Morton Downey Jr. is basically revealing, all the shit from that time. He's dead now. Cancer. He was a notorious chain smoker. And they're showing old tapes of him, and he's telling about the famous Al Sharpton visits, because this is something that also blew him up in Tawana Brawley, and how Al Sharpton was saying, I know this Tawana Brawley thing is fake. Now, I'm not going to say if it was, if it wasn't. I don't put it past nothing that nobody. It's just too old for me to have even an opinion on it. But this is what was said on the documentary. Al Sharpton said, I know that is fake, but keep me on the show. Your ratings are going the fuck up because I'm there. So showing that Al was aware this shit is about ratings and popularity. And just while we're here, my grandmother, who was in the civil rights movement, who was the one who used to, y'all niggas need to be doing more. And we used to, and I did this. She did more in Queensbridge for helping black kids get jobs than March anyway. I don't think she was too much with that. But she was, and till the day she died, dealing with social programs and setting social programs up. One of the dudes she gave a job was Marley Marl. And later on, that's why one of the reasons he hired me, because my grandmother got him one of his first summer jobs. And we were watching some shit, Al Sharpton laying on the train tracks in New York. This is early 80s or 90s, whenever it was. I'm sitting with her, and Al Sharpton mad about something. You know what I'm saying? Work for welfare, whatever. Whatever niggas should be upset about, he was. And in New York City, what he did, they laid on the train tracks, the 7 train, to stop the train. This fuck during rush hour. And niggas had to carry him out. So my grandma said, I knew this. She said, I remember that motherfucker. She said, he's always trying to get an opportunity. She said, I wouldn't trust my motherfucking pocketbook near him. So I just always remember that he was full of shit. So as he got more and more popular, niggas in New York is following this nigga. This nigga's clearly a government agent. And niggas is still believing in this bullshit. If you still believe in this fucking fruity tooty nigga now, you done lost your mind. Al Sharpton, yet I haven't seen him even respond. They got a show on ABC. I haven't seen him yet respond to this preacher that's making all this noise on CNN. I think Jesse Jackson did. But they didn't give him too much attention, because if they do, they understand the program. That means if they acknowledge him, he becomes a force to be reckoned with. And black people are so easy led, and these two guys know they're not doing anything they're not performing. They never did anything that really benefited you, besides gave you an excellent performance that made you believe they were benefiting you. They're too far gone and too far paid for that now. So they're not even performing for your ass no more. Al's wearing some motherfucking silky ass suits these days. All right, the main goal of all studies of behavioral conditions aim is to determine the most effective ways to create the behavior and reduce resistance to new behaviors. So that tells you right there in the understanding. This is Mind Control 101 by J.K. Ellis I'm reading. How to influence the thoughts and actions of others without them knowing or caring. This book, you look for it by title, because the author changed his name. It's called Mind Control 101, How to Influence the Thoughts and Actions of Others Without Them Knowing and Caring by J.K. Ellis, but you may find it under different authors' names. It is on Amazon. And shout out to my man Jor-El, who gave me this book maybe about 6 years ago now. He just said, I just want you to have it, Brother Panic. And that's my man from New York, Jor-El. Shot you out, boy. And so to reduce resistance to new behaviors. So remember, one of the primary tenet is consistency. They need to be able to calculate action into reaction to whatever emerged. So it's not like the government is making Trayvon happen. They just understand, because of the conditioning of white folks, it will happen. What's the conditioning? Black man with a hood walking in your neighborhood. That white boy's conditioned. He's just, in his programming, he's just the guy who felt he was on fucking patrol that night. Neighborhood watch. And it went as far as he shot this black man based upon his conditioning. So they need us to react based upon our conditioning. You get what I'm saying? And as I pointed out, it's a ping pong game. So as long as this is going back and forth, you good money. You get what I'm saying? So it's not like they have to do things. They understand that these things will be done. There's a big conditioning of fear of the black man's image. And so white people are. And then there's a big conditioning of fear of white people, and with a reaction of fucking praying, marching, crying, and protesting. So they're ruling with absolute fear. And what they have to count on is no new behaviors. As I pointed out, they didn't want niggas to go in. Even rioting is not a new behavior. You get what I'm saying? They know that shit's gonna peter out in a few days. I think they're most scared of niggas burning shit down. They ain't bouncing back from that. When they burned that shit in LA, they felt that shit. That's why there was a whole campaign of healing and we must do it, and we got together in love and it'll never happen again and all that shit. I think that was most effective, because once this shit is burnt the fuck down, it ain't nothing to condition anymore, then we got a problem. All right. In cults, the most common behavioral conditioning process is referred to as love bombing. Love bombing takes the form of a group showing love or support or acceptance when the subject is doing the right behavior. When the subject strays from the right behavior, the love bombing is denied and the subject is given a cold and unloving glare. So basically, you're celebrated for participating in this and you're frowned upon for not. That's obvious. But a better example of that, which I was going to bring up and I decided to, is consciousness. This praise and love bombing. This praise and love bombing versus shun and unloving glares. So when you see people on Facebook saying Hotep, beloved, or I don't eat meat, loving, you're conscious. Oh, the queen and the black woman's the queen. Now, if I got on Facebook and said, "Look at this fucking dirty hoe," oh shit, unconscious. If I showed you a picture of me eating a goddamn some goddamn pot roast or some or pork shoulder or some kind of shit, talking about my name is Brother Panic and this is what we need the black. Hold on, let me get this. Let me get into this bacon real quick. Y'all would be confused. I would be out of the cult. My behavior isn't consistent with your idea of consciousness. Oh, the black woman's queen. So you told the Bobby, I had to tell this black chick, shut the fuck up. Oh, Brother Panicking. Oh. Even Bobby said to me, you don't like black women and you have a problem with black women. And I said, no, I got a problem with your monkey ass. You, in particular, motherfucker. They're trying to connect this shit to this social programming. This behavioral now in consciousness, this is now formed. Facebook has conditioned your behavior. You know what I'm saying? Your new language, the new way you dress. The shit that you agree to. I see a nigga put some shit up that's conscious or conscious-esque. Some shit he ain't draw, some picture he just downloaded somewhere, and you have 1,000 niggas saying how wonderful and beautiful it is. I'm like, fuck this goddamn picture of my eye. Seen about 1,000 of these motherfuckers, which is practical. You know what I'm saying? Some practical shit or some shit that you can get and see online on your own. So, oh my God, it's beautiful, and her wings remind me of the freedom of the black woman as she sprouts into her womanhood, the flowering and unification of minds of the deep melanated waters of noon, the abyss revealed, light that comes from within shines without, that trickles down and flows through the fingertips of the black women, the almighty nurturing breast that builds nations. Like, motherfucker, that's a picture you got off of Flickr, you fucking clowns. But based upon now Facebook and behavioral condition, or Facebook as behavioral modification, you're now conditioned to have prerequisite responses. For instance, Baphomet. Early on Facebook, you see something like this hanging out in the back. That little Baphomet that I'm pointing to right now, hanging out in the back on my page or certain random other people. Oh, you would hear it. Brother, why are you dealing with the Satan and the devil? And the devil and oh my God, I'm like, it's a picture of a goat. Calm your fucking nerves. You know what I'm saying? It's a symbol of a goat. And if you break down the symbol, it's everything you niggas are sitting around fantasizing about. Androgyny, kundalini, astral, yin yang, as above, so below, dark light. Kundalini, illumination with the crown on the head, the horns pointing in the astral world, wings to take flight in the astral, and we go on and on, the meditative pose. I think Brother Phil Valentine broke down the goat represents the knowing. That's why he stands on top of the mountain versus the sheep or the people. So you're the sheep, the lamb of God, versus the goat who does the fucking. It's just a symbol of that. You know what I'm saying? A symbol of illumination. And as I pointed out earlier, what a symbol does was communicate with the subconscious mind to change the reality. So having that symbol around and viewing it in symbols like that makes your reality communicate on the frequency of that level of illumination. That's why I can flow with these spirits in the astral world, illuminated, I'm balanced, and I'm in the form of meditation constantly with this on. The 5 points represents the 5 points of man turned upside down. I'm pulling energy from the stars. When the 5 points are pointing up, I'm giving my energy and praying to something. No. My shit is turned around. These 5 points point down. Coming, so I walk everywhere I walk on the planet. I walk in a form of illumination. That's what that symbol means. Now, I don't hear, based upon behavioral conditioning, behavior modification, and so much more people seeing Baphomet online and Baphomet in different contexts. No one even, why you got that no more? I get that rarely now. You got it all the time. But now I get it rarely because you have been conditioned to see it. Some condition, let me say this. Conditioning is good. What black people were doing in cultures when we ran the planet in harmony with that Mayat nurturing breast of life, when it was still forms of social engineering, behavioral conditioning, but it was done out of the context of love. This behavioral conditioning is done out of the context of fear, low energy, low frequency energy to control, manipulate, and keep docile and knot it up. Out of love was everyone can flourish. Out of behavioral conditioning, or social engineering, which only led to what we call different forms of culture that all interacted and was in, for the most part, harmony with each other culture. And if there was at war, according to the Shaka Zulu movie, all they did was dance for the most part, not this bloody shit you see now. So, love bombing, so a sister, and here's a prime example of love bombing, which shows you how low level your ego are. I'll see one sister dress up like they'll put on some ISIS shit. They'll just take a picture in their house, a selfie, and then just put the shit up on Facebook. And then there's 1,000 hits. Oh, sister, how wonderful, how ancient, how mystical. This here sister spoke to my DNA. My soul is awakened. Your eyes are deeper than that of all. You are Hathor. I'm like, all this bitch was put on a fucking costume from Party City or some kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? And okay, yeah, that's nice and that's wonderful. Let's not OD it. As hot as she looked, you sisters know, if they was talking in your inbox behind all the compliments, here's what they're really saying. Oh, I would love to stuff my dick in your mouth. Ooh, how would it feel to choke you with dick? Ooh, what would my nuts feel juggling in that Hathor mouth? That's what they really saying. Ooh, I wonder if could I put my thumb in your bum? Know what I'm saying? That's what they really saying. Let's stop bullshitting. But you're getting this mind control love bombing because this is a way to celebrate conditioned behavior. Get what I'm saying? Go and put on a blonde wig. What you gonna get? Oh, sister. Oh, You're taking away from your power. Oh, sister, you're cutting off the frequency of your 9 ether here. Oh, sister, the white man has got you. Oh, sister, you have a sickness. Unloving, cold, unloving glares. All right? So in your consciousness, which I left out because I used civil rights in the beginning, I could have went through it all in your consciousness and show you are now socially engineered as well, my nigga, and grow up. You know what I'm saying? As an occultist or metaphysician, as a scientist, you're supposed to be here doing your work as a field work. When you deal with social things, you need to recognize those social things as social things. But that's not going to dictate your consciousness. So you can't hotep your way out of this. You can't ashe your way out of this. You get what I'm saying? This is really about what you can put your hands on in terms of your conscious experience, your transformative experience down here. Your alchemical change comes with hands-on experience, first-hand experience. It does not come with you fucking sitting around talking about beloved. Oh, beloved. Look at your Hathor mask. Those come straight out of... You must be sick, man, because you told that nigga to fuck off. That's the energy of Kali. Oh, cut it out. You fucking socially engineered person. All right? Cut it out. You know what I'm saying? This Candyland, nigga. This Candyland. Get it right. So, let's keep going. All right. The subject learns that sharing feelings about their problems either punished or ignored, or either punished or ignored. So you learn that what you say is either punished or ignored. You get what I'm saying? When you share your true feelings, let's just say that. So when you sit around and go, wait a minute, I'm just not getting this. See, I remember people used to sit at lectures. In fact, I was sitting next to Bobby one time, and we was listening to a lecture. It was a conference. So the lecturer was talking that mystical, magical, the indigenous phenotype of the melanated folks that bounces off the metaphysical, metaphoric grid of the magnetosphere. It's sitting there. I'm sitting there sitting like this. Now this is, Bobby leaned over to me and said, "Hey, Pam, do you understand anything this motherfucker is saying?" So I started laughing. And I'm like, no. He's like, okay, I thought it was just me. You know what I'm saying? And another nigga used to do that, my man Tef. Tef used to be like, we was talking, we was watching some shit. We was watching these tapes. And I'm like, you seen that? He's like, you seen that? You seen this nigga? You seen this nigga? And we both was at the tape. So I'm like watching it again. And Tef just says to me, he said, I don't know. When I watch this and I'm watching it, is it just me, or do you feel a little bit stupider when you listen to this? So I'm dying laughing. I'm like, yeah, I don't understand. What the fuck is Tef's like? Oh God, I thought it was just me. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I thought I was getting dumber. I thought like maybe I need to read more. I say yeah, because they're talking that metaphysical magnetosphere. You know what I'm saying? Off the grid line of the hemispheric inner with regions of magnetophonic, sonophonic paradigm shit, and it's a fantasy. So what this set up for me both times was, wait a minute, even lesser shit, especially after I started speaking, I see niggas don't really understand it. They understand the framework, they understand the English language, they understand the concept, but it's not hidden here. They're not saying, I can experience that. If he's telling me something, I also see a pathway to experience. Why you'll hear a lot in my lectures, methodologies, especially all my blog talks, methodologies for accessing these experiences, because one of the biggest revelations through those two events I shared with you was I started to find out a lot of niggas is sitting there fronting like they getting this. And you know who the fuck you are. Also, in my email after lectures, all these deep niggas, some niggas who are actual lectures, would email me with questions that are extremely mundane, I should say. Extremely common sense, that I at least thought. But I said, oh, because there's so much prerequisite shit that you do not get or you do not understand that is actually manifesting or showing when you're asking these questions. But when you're in the lectures amongst your peers, you sit there like you got it. That's right. Teach. Tell it. Say that shit. I hear all of that, but they go home. Well, what did that nigga just say? What did he just teach? Go ahead. He told the truth, but it's not my truth. I'm still sitting here wondering how to get an order of short ribs and fried rice. Why do I feel that way? Because they're not having it's not inner. It's not reaching the inner. It's not a true understanding. But based upon social conditioning, based upon behavioral conditioning and social programming, the subject learns that sharing feelings about their problems, in this case, their ignorance to what it is being taught, they're either punished or ignored. So this tells you within the conscious shit that you are being socially conditioned and socially programmed. And I'm talking about the lecture circuit even before this shit became some YouTube scholarly, as you're seeing it now. It was a true scholarship movement. And starting from Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, and others, a true professors was teaching this. And so you had a whole bunch of people who likened or viewed themselves as one up on the average Joe. And pretty much they were. So you actually heard most of these lectures saying, you're better because you're in here. You're better because you're not doing what them fools is doing out here. You better, or you made it because you're interested in this information. And once you say you're better, and you're interested because you're interested, no one's going to sit up and say, wait a minute, I don't fucking get it. Wait a minute, could you re-explain that? Wait a minute, could you say that slower? They're all going to sit there, act like they're vibrating and getting it on this motherfucking level. Fronting. Because if they bring it up based upon the social conditioning, they're ostracized, ignored, or punished. Punished is that ostracized of like, this nigga ain't really conscious. When they are rewarded for things that are meaningless to them, the end subject learns that withholding their feelings or concerns is the best way to get what they want. They learn to be inauthentic. Listen to that shit again. In the end, the subject learns that withholding their feelings and concerns is the best way to get what they want. Meaning, shut the fuck up and don't do that. When they are rewarded for it, it is for things that are meaningless. What did I just tell you? You get rewarded for things that are meaningless. Oh, sister, your eyes. Those are the eyes that tell the story of the entire black race through our genocidal path, through the Holocaust of the Middle Passage. I see that in your eyes. And could you suck my dick later and juggle my balls? Thank you, sister. You are the queen, sister. You are the goddess, sister. Sistar. You are that. Oh, king, you are the warrior god, my protector. Yes. Could you, my protector, what they really said, could you help me with my gas bill and raise my dirty ass kid, Dushan? Because Dushan ain't acting right. He need a man in his life. So, King beloved Hotep, manifestation of Osiris that walks the planet, my Heru Ptah Falcon, Osirian, Shiva, Dionysian, father that comes forth soulmate. Can you help pay my electric bill, nigga? That's all that shit is. Meaningless. Meaningless compliments. I remember there was some sister who said something on my page years ago. And I had to say, this is about the most stupidest shit I heard, you know what I'm saying, this month. For real. Some nigga, oh, but what comes off her mouth is like honey out the bee's hive. I'm like, nigga, can you be more desperate to get some pussy? You desperate ass nigga. And then there was the phenomenon of everyone being conscious, and now it's for the first time all these women struggling for dick that has some form of meaning for them, which I do understand that. They fuck around having to fuck Dushan and them niggas because it's hard to find a conscious nigga before the internet. Now they on the internet, oh, it's like dick stew now. It's Candyland. Niggas out here up in Candyland. You know what I'm saying? It's dick stew for them. So now they fucking all these niggas that say, my name is L Bay. But then they would, as a lecturer, they would come to me or email me for advice. And basically you heard the same shit as if they met the nigga at the club. Nigga done got drunk and pissed on my rug. Nigga got drunk and turned over the baby crib. And nigga done got drunk and had a pistol in the house. I'm like, oh, you mean L Bay did that? Brother L, LBay.com did that shit? Like, yup. I said, so that hustle was over. Stop calling motherfuckers queens for pussy. That got a little bit corny. You know what I'm saying? All of this, meaningless now. Meaningless acts that show us as conscious people the same program that I pointed out in civil rights. Guess what, nigga? You're not any better in terms of your social programming. Let me be clear. Your conscious study, is it folly? Is it manufactured? No. But the socialization of your conscious work has now been leaked over based upon the socialization of things like the civil rights movement. All the social programs and the socialization that you have in this country or in the world in general based upon white supremacy, we're following that motif. We're following that. We now follow that motif in what we do. So now we're taking our ancient situations, our ancient study, our ancient science, and socializing it with the same tenets of behavioral modification that we have learned already or been indoctrinated into from Willie Lynch on. The same social programming, same social engineering. We're taking that motif, that model, and now I see clearly applying it to this so-called conscious movement. In fact, the mere fact that you call it a conscious movement is nothing more than saying the civil rights movement. Same thing, just by calling it that. When in your study, your true metaphysical and occult study, if you have made it to that level in the game of all of this in your consciousness, is actually something that you're supposed to have self-realizations for. Anything I do socially, I'm quite aware it's a facial social thing. For instance, why you put so many joke pictures on Facebook? Because that's what fucking Facebook is. It's not Egypt, motherfucker. I'm not supposed to be there on Facebook trying to educate your motherfucking ass. If we come across it, so be it. But at the same time, if I educate a dumb nigga that grew up in the project with me on some other shit too, so be it. That's what happens on Facebook. When we're dealing with our lectures and our study, all that shit is off. This is something I'm here to do for myself. And happy enough and have the ability enough to share this information with black people to hope it's useful on their path. Not for anyone to agree with me. All you're supposed to hear in me is something that resonates on a frequency for you. And it's supposed to help influence or help to aid in your path. Assuming that you have a path. Most of you niggas truly ain't following a path. I'm going to just give you the benefit of the doubt and say everyone has a path. Because you can say everyone has a purpose, but some motherfuckers' purpose is to be Lil Wayne. Let's just say that as well. So let's say higher purpose or higher path. I'm assuming if you're conscious and you're interested in this, you have a higher path. Let's just call that across the board. Most of you niggas ain't walking it because you got wrapped up in social programming, social engineering. So now you're hotepping and dealing with mindless, empty rewards. Do you hear this? You're dealing with empty rewards, and those empty rewards are masquerading around as victories for you. They're masquerading as progress for you. You have not made any progress. You're masquerading with social programming, behavioral conditioning. You're engineered into believing that what you're doing, because you know keywords: melanin, Hotep, Kundalini, Osiris, Aset, Aburgani, Alafia, Ashe, because you know these keywords, that this socially fits you in this grouping, this movement. And now, for satisfaction, you dress differently. So what? Your hair is differently. So what? Your language different. So what? Your attitude, oh queen and the oh goddess, and all different. Your mannerisms different. The things you like now: yoga, juicing, crystals, organ, alkali water, organic food, no GMO. Those things you like and dislike now have been dictated, and it's masquerading as change for you. Are they changes? Yeah, but most on a low level. The true change is really only happening one place: in your motherfucking mind. What's this now? The mind is all, the universe is mental. True alchemy happens here. You could change your mind. You should be contradicting yourself. I am not the same entity that I was even when I started within consciousness that I am now. That's what they call alchemy. This, let me be absolutely clear about this. I teach this in detail in my class. If you have not taken my class, you're fucking missing out. I'm offering my class to those who want real change, real understanding of all this shit that they're dealing with. A baseline. I give you and show you a baseline for you to then take whatever information that comes across the table and be able to intake it and turn it into something that will be activated for you. Let's stop bullshitting with this. I show you in my class how to activate this shit, because you niggas are not activated, and you know it, and I know it. And stop bullshitting with these goddamn Hoteps, Alafia, Aburgani, peace, beloved, almighty brother. Cut that shit out. That shit don't work. That shit is not working. You know in your heart. I get the emails. And then the people who are fortunate enough to make the decision, to have the motivation to take the class, I get right in their ass and show them, no matter from what walk of YouTube they come from, as a fucking occultist or a metaphysician or this conscious person, no matter what YouTube video they show, I show them immediately how ineffective it was in the grander scheme of your alchemy. And then I start to build them up with the right mentality, the right way to take this information. You ain't got to take my word for it. Go to my website and check out what they say about me, the testimonials, people who have taken the class. Go to occultlectures.com. occultlectures.com. That's my website. You can get all my products there, but you need to get on this class. I shit you not. This is life-changing. It will be life-changing. Anyone who's serious about this needs to seriously get their ass going. I'm in the last week, next week of the cycle. I usually take 2 weeks or so a break. I'm starting up. It's the time now. Start signing up now for the next cycle, which will be somewhere in November. My classes are very cheap. Ask the people who are taking the class. They will tell you, for what I offer, this class is extremely cheap for what they get. We're talking about from the floor up. I build their mind up to understand the things I've come to understand to make progress, not to walk around in a theory, to make progress. And the progress that I've made, I can't even speak. I only speak to it about 30%. The other 70%, a lot of it I can't bring the words, and a lot of it I just can't share. It's too complex to even share. I'm talking about that level of change. I can show you how to get on that path. I promise you this. I can show you how to get on that path. You need to get in this class. You also need, if you can't afford the class, which is hard for me to believe if you just even work at Walmart, because I make it very affordable and I have payment plans. What you need to start experimenting with is my herb pack. People ask, what's in the herb pack? Let me be clear, because I'm going to start pointing people to this lecture because I'm sick of piddle-paddling with this. You will never know what's in the herb pack, the same way you will never know what's in the 12 herbs and spices. But this is what I can assure you of to put to rest any fears you may have. All the ingredients in the herb pack are organic. There are no drugs in the herb pack. If you take a piss test, nothing will come back negative. Every single herb in the herb pack is a food product, meaning in one way or another, you can put that on your food and your food will taste delicious. You can use the herb pack. You can make it as a tea or you can smoke it. My recommendation, smoke it. If you're not a smoker, my wife Khadijah uses it as a tea, and she's the first one to do that. And now that I've been telling people to do that for a few years now, certainly I'm finding this is also a very effective way as well. People ask, can I put it in humidifiers? Can I do that? Do it and see. I don't know. I smoked it. You can smoke it with weed. In fact, the people who smoke weed cannot smoke their weed without it for the most part now. You can smoke it alone. You can smoke it in a pipe, get it in your system. You can do all of these things with the herb pack. I should have brought a sack in here. You get a fat, juicy sack. More than one use, more than 10 uses, more than 25, 30, 40 uses, especially depending on how you smoke. I have different variations on the herb pack, different herbs or different configurations of herbs for different causes. On my website, every single herb pack I have listed on the site. So, love, healing, dreams, I can't even remember, success, money, hexing or removing hex, anything you can get up in your system or on your aura, different versions of these herb packs. Still very cheap. Still the same price as when I started it. Now very easy. You can go buy it on the site www.occultlectures.com, occultlectures.com. Buy the herb packs, figure classes, information about the classes, information about the herb packs. The only warning about the herb pack is one of the ingredients is recommended not to use when you're pregnant or lactating. When you're pregnant or lactating. Other than that, have at it. It will not fuck you up. You will not get high. You will not get high. It is what it is direct medicine for your pineal gland. And over the years, and you'll see on my testimonial page, anything and everything has happened with folks. I've been selling this for 5 years. And I get some anxious people buy a herb pack 1 week and wait for it and start complaining, where's it at the next week? Nigga, this ain't Amazon, nigga. You're going to get your herb pack. You got plenty of people who buy it before you. I service them, and I am not going to be a motherfucking mail boy. I usually send out once a week, so you're always in the cycle. You're always in the cipher. I'm actually much faster than I was, so you niggas should be even less complaining, because now that the website is there, it's less work that I have to do. So I'm usually quicker, but everyone gets service, and every email correspondence is there. So if you say something didn't happen, it's missing, I always can look it up. But like I said, when you start coming to me, and like for instance, today there's a guy who bought one and is coming at me grimy, like, where my shit at? First of all, you need to remember, first and foremost, who in the fuck you talking to? And I say that with no ego. I'm saying that from the perspective, if you are even interested in buying an herb pack, that means you sat and heard hours of free information, first and foremost. Information that's more valuable than anything I can ever sell you. Free information that's life-changing. Free information that's life-changing. So that alone, you should come with a little bit more humility and a little bit more thankfulness when you even ask, which is your right, to where's the product you pay for. You're not coming like you talking to a motherfucking nigga in the street. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even operating like that. Not because I should have a street response or a better response. It's because we're trying to deal on a more sophisticated level, my nigga. And if you feel I'm acting unsophisticated, this is why I'm saying and have said many a times, I deal with plenty of volume. Everyone who's bought one is going to get one. So if your herb pack is missing or I'm late or we're going to get down to it. So what you need to ask me is more sophisticated to get a sophisticated response. As simple as that. I don't answer emails every day. I try to answer them at least every 2 days. So you may not get an immediate response, but you're going to get what you get. And by the time, and most likely, but by the time I respond, you'll already have your herb pack. So what I'm saying is keep it sophisticated, or here's what you could do. Here's the shortcut. Take your funky ass back to PayPal and get a refund. Simple as that. I don't want your bitter ass money. In my mind, the goal here is that I'm serving people, even though you're helping pay the rent and you're helping this show go on, even though you're doing all of that, you still get a product that's still going to change your life and open up your funky ass calcified pineal. So you still get something for a very cheap price that you cannot get anywhere else on the planet. You need to respect that process. I know you're confusing me with eBay and Amazon, and then I'm trying to jip you out your book. So you talking to me like I'm one of them dudes out there. Cut it out. You can kiss my ass and go back to PayPal. I'll let your ass sit there just for spite over goddamn $30 goddamn dollars. You need to believe that. All right, let's continue. Remember, occultlectures.com, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit later for now, but now we offer readings. I turned it up. My queen Khadijah was always a master psychic. One of the reasons I got with her. But for the life of me, I would say, yeah, you need to leave them reading shits alone. But she chose, because I do not control her, and you can believe that shit. Oh, you can believe that shit. To do readings. So for the last 2 months, she has been doing readings. And she's also on my site. Go to occultlectures.com. There's an area that says About Panic. Under the About Panic, you'll find Bobby Hemmett's a donation page. You'll also find links to my older lectures and a few other things. But under there, you'll find something that says Samdi Readings. And on that page, you'll find the link to email Khadijah directly to find out about her readings. You'll also find her testimonials and any other information about her readings, what they're about, how she came up with the name Samdi, which is Baron Samdi, how he came to her, and so on and so forth. And she does Akashic record readings. Now, if you niggas do not know what Akashic record readings are by now, I'm not even going to tell you. What you need to do is go Google what they are so you can see how valuable that shit is there. And then line your ass up and go get a reading from her. Still very cheap, very affordable. And the people who have been getting readings, I've told Khadijah to let them give them a testimony, and you can see directly what they're saying. You'll hear constantly, this ain't one of them psychic cold readings. This ain't one of them readings where you like bubble gum. You should get a fish tank. You're a number 7. Fuck all that corny ass guessing shit. You'll see, as the people say, she's saying things she has no business knowing about me. You'll see that's a constant. You'll see that exactly. You'll hear that directly from the people. That's on the Occult Lectures under Khadijah Samadi. Akashic record readings, chakra readings, gateway readings, spiritual consultation. She does it all. Let me tell you, and I say this from my heart, this is what you want to do. These readings, first of all, I know how to do readings. They're just too taxing for me. Lecturing that. So what I would do is give people and set them up with the mentality. First of all, psychic ability is one of our natural abilities. It's just something that atrophied in us. So this is an extension for black people. There are specific ways to wake this energy up. A herb pack is one of them. But then there's enhancement and techniques that you should do or could do to make this where you are in constant communication with spirits, picking up things off of other people. One of the best books that shows techniques on how to do this is a book called Cyclomancy. I've been talking about this book for years. So much so, it's out of print, but I sell it. You can also, you would email me, panicpack@hotmail.com, to get you a copy of Cyclomancy. It's a how-to book, and they show you technique after technique of how to become psychic, x-ray vision, intuition, how to shoot the brain horns, evil eye, deliver energy through the eye. You name it, it's in it. It's a book from the 60s before the New Age movement got big, so it's not inhibited by that bullshit. You know, it'll come tenfold and be not. No, it's giving you hard, raw dog data on how to enhance that. So this is a natural ability in black people, is just atrophied. It's in a coma. Like I said, the herb pack jump starts the action, but then you have to take it somewhere. You have to get into a technique. Cyclomancy is a good thing, or any form of meditation is a good thing to do once you're on that herb pack. Now, she has this ability, and of course I tapped into that ability. So the ability is not a big thing. It's the mentality of the readings that's going to be the key. So anybody that I've spoke about who does readings, I spent a great deal of time saying, look, if I'm going to speak about you, this is what you need to understand. This is how you do it. This is what you want to do. This is what you want to get them. This is what you want to give people, so on and so forth. And primarily, one of the things I would say, and you notice anybody who I've ever endorsed, you see they would do this, because this is one of the things I would say. Give them work to do. Make them understand spiritually their purpose on planet Earth, therefore they can follow their purpose. Not just you're going to get a girl, you're going to meet somebody by the tree in North Carolina, and you're going to get on a swing set, play in the pool, or go jump roping. This is what you need spiritually. When I started hearing shit like that, I'm not involved anymore. The whole entire goal, and I'm always adamant with anybody who I'm going to endorse for readings, or who even come and ask, well, I can read, or I have this power activated. So, well, if you're going to read for anybody, your goal should be of a higher purpose. Meaning, if you can tap into the world of the unseen, don't tell me to jump rope to find a boyfriend. Because you could take your monkey ass to the club, put on some perfume, buy some new shoes, and get a fucking boyfriend or a girlfriend. So I don't want to hear nothing spiritual about how to find some fucking pussy or some dick. You get what I'm saying? That's nothing spiritual. Maybe if you get pussy and dick, it's something spiritual. But I don't need a psychic reading. When I need a psychic reading, you better tell me about some intention about how the fuck I came down here. The deepest reading on that is called the Akashic Record reading. Even in gateway readings, you still find out intention and purpose based upon the energy that's around you. So now that is my wife, my queen, doing this. She understands this thoroughly before I can really endorse it. So you'll find she'll give you plenty of direction in this reading. Plenty of things she's going to say that's going to unify with what's already in your mind. That's what people are saying, not what I'm saying. That's what the people are saying. Because I'm not even around when she's doing this shit. She hasn't done a reading for me. I didn't know how the shit was going to go. But she did. She did readings for her family first. They ranted and raved. I said, well, take it to some conscious people who I do know. So people who did my deity reading, who I haven't gotten to yet, I said, well, would you like a gateway reading instead? They did that, and other conscious people I know, ranting and raving, lost their mind. Holy shit, I should have did that first. Holy shit, I'm glad you introduced me to her. Some person who already paid for my reading, so I just let them do the reading for the same. She just took over it. They still came back and paid Khadijah more money when we were all even, just on the strength of how grateful they was. I'm like, well, you didn't have to pay. She said, I just want her to have this gift. I mean, that's how powerful, and in my opinion, she hasn't even gotten anywhere, because this is the first I'm really starting to talk about this. But let me say this, anybody who's having a problem or just need that extra voice, this is what you need. One of her gateway readings. Again, and I'm about to end this advertisement. Half you niggas probably forwarded it. But I have to end this time, get back to the lecture. see me at occultlectures.com. Occultlectures.com for herb packs, not only herb packs, spiritual baths. What spiritual baths does, they're combinations of herbs that I put together from the spirit world, channeled them way before I was lecturing. Most of them, some of them came after. And what they do is spiritually clean your aura. You can go online and find out classically what spiritual baths have done for our people for years. I have some. You can get them. I have oils, powders, spiritual oils to anoint candles, anoint objects, money oil. I got people who can testify to that money oil. People in my class are telling me they got that money oil and that money bath, and they get more money in their cards and more on their debit cards, more money from their jobs, got raises. I mean, it's more amazing. It's the shit that happens with my product is more amazing than I even had in my mind. I thought a lot of the shit would fail because most people ain't of magical minds. But I should have had more faith. Most motherfuckers got nigga minds. And nigga minds work even in its unconscious state. Get what I'm saying? Just so imagine if we get conscious. And that's what we need to do. Conscious to the conscious, let me be clear, not conscious to information. Because we're conscious to information, Hotep Ashe. What we need to do is be conscious to methodologies for activating what we are now calling magical apparatus, but which is really, when you take away all of that magic shit, is just the will of your fucking mind. We need to get into that, what the will of our mind is. If you just look at Facebook alone, the will of our mind is very foul. What the white man's doing, what the conspiracy, what he's going to do, going to put us in FEMA camps, going to do that. That becomes, because that's in your mind, that becomes the will and it becomes the reality. And they reinforce it. So what you need to do is start changing how you see yourself in your power. Not in theory, not on an informational level, on the level of actualization. That's through candle magic, through altar work, through fairy work, through crystals, through astral traveling, through candle magic, and more, and so on. Do your altars and all the rest of that. All this I teach in class, the real scientific way, not any traditional way. That shouldn't be to the east, and Oshun says that, and you must have 22 glasses of water for the birds. I'm going to show you as a scientist how this is really done before it became culture, which led to tradition, which led to superstition, which led to religion. I'm going to show you what predates all of that, science. You need to come and get some of this. Classes start soon. Get your ass to class. Payment plans and all. Occultlectures.com. Let's keep on. We didn't even get to the movies yet. All right. One of the highest forms of mind control seeks to control the belief and motivation that drives behavior. Controls the belief and motivations that drive behavior. Of course, that's always been religion to us, but beliefs and motivations that drives behavior. We believe you should eat organic. We believe that the black woman's the queen. We believe that the black man's the king. We could go down the line at what's the prerequisite for conscious thought, or the prerequisite behavior for a civil rights activist. And so here it tells you in this book, which is thorough on mind control, that it is the highest form of mind control. Control the beliefs and motivation, and the motivation that drives behaviors. So belief is the greatest motivation that drives behavior. So the civil rights movement is really the belief that we shall overcome. The conscious movement is the belief that we are gods. Now I want you to listen to what I'm saying here. The belief that we are gods. That's different from dwelling in actualizing your God force powers. It's Candyland, nigga. I want y'all to hear what I just said. You guys on Facebook in the conscious movement, even though you're saying you're gods, you move with the belief of a God. That's why you're trying to always prove it all the time. Oh, the white man's this, the white man's that, because I have my melanin, because I hear that kinky air in only black people's eyes like this. And if your feet are like this, that means you were originally from Egypt. That sounds like people trying to make themselves believe or reinforce beliefs. When you are a God, you know it. Think about this. You righteous, you Queen, you Hotep, you Miss Divine, motherfucker get you mad. If you out street in the argument, the first thing you gonna say is, motherfucking nigga, you ain't shit. Nigga, fuck you, nigga. And then when you calm down, oh, beloved Hotep, he took me out my character and all this shit. Well, why, when you're not socially conscious, the first thing you say is things like, niggas ain't shit? Because that's what you know. That's who you really are. That's who the real self-hate is. That's what you really have an attack. You don't really say, oh, niggas are gods. You don't say that when you're mad. You say, oh, niggas ain't shit. Oh, God, stop it. Oh, God. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're mad and it's coming deeper from the subconscious of what it is you believe is your reality, it's like, fuck that nigga. Nigga ain't shit. Bitch ass nigga. Because you still have that hate. So on the surface, the conscious mind, you're trying to get yourself to believe it. So, oh God, oh Hotep, oh divine, oh beloved, when you're not mad or it doesn't infringe or challenge your ego. They challenge your ego, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that bitch ain't that kind. That bitch ain't, she don't know nothing, you know what I'm saying? Oh, motherfucking nigga, this and that. Because that's what you really believe. Hold on one second. Fuck that, don't know who that is. So that's what you really see. So now the difference is, and why you're controlled in consciousness and anything else, because remember I said to you earlier, let's just take the civil rights movement. What did they sell? Hope. Hope is what? A belief. Hope is not a reality. If it was a reality, you wouldn't have to hope for it. It wouldn't fall under this of hope. It would fall under the banner of actualization. Therefore, you would have nothing to do because it's actualized. So there's no civil rights movement needed. There's no civil rights movement. So now, there's no civil rights movement needed because it's actualized. So the people in the 60s complaining about the kids of the 80s, we actualized more than they did. But as grown-ups, they could see it's still not enough. But to us, it was enough. We had our Arsenio Hall show. You can get a job better. They didn't just outwardly say, nigger, get off the bus anymore. You sat at the front of the bus, which you want. You could tell white people on the train, get the fuck out my way. I'm a nigger. They were scared. And so it seemed like more, even though to grown-ups, and to me now, you didn't have nothing, and it is nothing. But that's why they were still upset, because they didn't actualize, because they were so whole. All it did was actualize something that was going to happen anyway. So we're being controlled, or have the potential for being controlled in the conscious community. That's why David Icke and the rest of them come with all that conspiracy shit and throw you off your game, and Zachariah Stitching in them right about Anunnaki and white people. This is why this is an issue to you, because you're still in a belief system that you're God. You're not actualizing it. You're not doing the actual alchemy. You're not interacting with certain methodologies that bring you to a place of true self-realization. You're only realizing what other people co-sign with. Oh, we ain't supposed to eat that. I'm a God. I don't eat that neither. Don't eat the goddamn chicken wings, because the chicken wings got some shit strychnine in it. Oh, I'm a God, and the rest of the gods and earth, I'm not going to eat it because of that. You know what I'm saying? When did you put it, when you say I put it in my mouth and I threw up and I stopped eating? For instance, I stopped eating beef in 1991. Stopped eating pork in 1988. All because I personally thought the shit was nasty. I wasn't a 5%er. I wasn't a Muslim. I wasn't righteous. I wasn't even smart in 1988. You know what I'm saying? I just ate it and thought it was nasty. 1991, I was even still just as dumb as I was in 88. No smarter, no more righteous, no more divine, and had no fucking agenda. I just ate beef one day and said, this makes me sick. I said, I want to stop eating it. I said, I'm going to stop eating it. And what I did was went to Tad Steak, had one steak, and said, this is the last time I eat beef. And it was. That was in 1991. So, I proudly can say, and I still eat chicken, I don't eat those two forms of meat Not because I'm divine and went to the God level and that's how the gods roll and somehow this is a badge of honor. I stopped eating because the shit was nasty and it was a form of my own self-realization, not because socially this was the thing to do based upon a group I was in or based upon what a group of people promoted now on Facebook. Understand the difference. This is a form of knowing for me, not a form of I believe I shouldn't eat meat because you shouldn't eat meat because they don't eat meat. And I'm pointing this out because I need you to understand, once you transform from the belief I'm a god or a goddess and go into the actualization of these powers, which I teach, I swear to you, I teach this in my class in detail, will blow your fucking mind. What's going on and what I teach about something called self-deification, the process, how to get into this here thing, for real, how all those gods, how you can actualize the powers within, because these powers are within, these powers are powers of the mind. You're not going to float and go through walls, not to put it past this reality. But now that's not the key. The key is those powers symbolize. And remember, symbols are communication with the subconscious mind. They're symbolizing something in the mythology. And once you adapt and absorb them, or should I say reactivate them, you reactivate them in your mind, which is what is the true place you live in. You're not going to be here forever. Ironically, for those niggas, well, you're thinking about Mars and Saturn, nigga, we on Earth right now. Ironically, when you activate these powers with the higher cores that are more universal than this fucking dirt rock, ironically, the shit in your personal life actually straightens out. Oh, wait a minute. In other words, if you deal on the higher plane, this little bullshit you walking around here stressing about, the white man and what he doing to the people and all that kind of bullshit, all of that shit ironically begins to work itself out when you see yourself, a word you like to use, as a holistic being, not just confined to this little goddamn pebble called planet Earth. When you have a holistic universal mentality, when you can understand that you can absorb, communicate, and interact with endless amounts of energy because you're an endless entity because you call yourself God. Once you realize that, you realize this shit down here is a motherfucking cakewalk. And white people do not exist, just like plastic does not exist. Just like you think about when this world's going to end, where will plastic go? Where did plastic come from? No, it was created down here. It will leave down here. The only glimpse of hope white people have is because they was made out of our original essence, that they have the ability to transform into something. Good luck, but it has nothing to do with what we doing. So good luck to you. That's your hope. Because, white people email me, I'm just fucked panic based upon what you're saying. There's a lot of white people that listen to this shit here. And they're like, I'm fucked based upon what you do. Now, I don't email them back, but I'll say to you right now, the hope you have, if the mere fact that you're here and you can hear this truth about where you stand and what you are in your essence, that means something in you is Negroid. Because the only thing that can hear this frequency, I speak to the Negroid, the melanin, colored folks. So something in you must be colored, and somewhere along your life, you must have been cultivating that little something, that little stitch, that little something in you must be cultivating. Enough, so much so, that you can hear this, and good luck to you. I will say that. Good luck to you, and have at it. You do have hope. But your hope is not dealing with this, and like I said, you need to turn that hope into a reality. Now, for black people, you're not dealing, as I pointed out, on the level of hope. This is who and what you are. You're dealing on the level of self-realization. You have not realized it. You're still theorizing with it. That's why you're still walking around, look at my hair and look at me and my breasts of this and look at me, I'm the warrior. Then you got that picture holding up your son on Facebook. We are gods. Are ye not gods? And all of this kind of shit. All of that shit is still trying to prove it. That's why you're taking pictures trying to show everybody. Please say I'm a god. Hit like. Please say I'm a goddess. Hit like. And tell me how divine I am. Please, 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 please convince me. It's Candyland, nigga. Candyland. Please convince me. Please convince me. Know what I'm saying? Nah, nigga. Nah, nigga. I'm convinced. That's why I'm the one who has time to play on Facebook. Now, why you playing on Facebook? This is serious, Patty. Oh, I got time, nigga. I'm straight. What you waiting for, nigga? The mothership or some kind of shit? As soon as it get here, I guarantee when the doors open, they're going to say, well, where my nigga Panic at? You know what I'm saying? And when you get there, they're going to say, hey, ain't you that nigga from Facebook that was serious? We don't want you on the mothership, nigga. You're too serious for the mothership. And we doing a whole bunch of fucking and partying and drinking and bullshitting around this motherfucker. Nigga, as a matter of fact, we in a cosmic game of spades. And nigga, nobody want to partner up with you. Know why? Because you serious on Facebook. Worried about the white man. Not even the plastic of the planet. You worried about that shit. No, they gonna open that door and go, where's my nigga Panic? We need this nigga. It's orgy time. Oh, it's orgy time, nigga. We're having an orgy. Come on. Now, this mind control, based upon beliefs and motivations, which I want to go hard on, is shown in a documentary, and it's on Netflix, called Kumari, I believe. Yeah, Kumari. And I won't give it away, but it's basically a documentary of a Hindu man who was Americanized Hindu man. He's a regular, grew up on LL Cool J Hindu guy. But based upon his culture, he was reading about the yogis and the swamis, and he was wondering about this phenomenon and how people follow this and so on and so forth. So as a Hindu man, he did an experiment. And the experiment was he yogified himself, grew his beard out, put a diaper on. Long story short, he went around to get followers to see if he could make them do anything based upon behavioral conditioning. And this is now behavioral conditioning in the New Age movement, which is clearly behavioral conditioning. That's why they have this whole mentality going that anyone could follow, as we discussed. I don't even need to go into that. You know, them niggas, oh, thing, peace and blessings, and same shit, different motherfucking group of motherfuckers. All behavioral conditioning. Now he goes, starts a whole following. Long story short, like he's doing funny, joking things to it. He made niggas drink, you know, that whole Jim Jones cult thing where he made people drink Kool-Aid and he died. He did the thing where he made them drink, they wasn't poison Kool-Aid, but just see if they would drink Kool-Aid. He made them do that. He went to this dude's house, made him worship a picture of him, Obama, and Osama bin Laden. This nigga was praying to this nigga. He was doing, it's a social experiment. He's showing socially how you can get people to do anything by doing some Swami shit. He's doing meditation going, I am a fraud, I am nothing, I am bullshitting you. And niggas is saying this shit back in the meditation. He had a big following. Then he reveals he was full of bullshit. It was finding the one. Some people joke, some people never spoke to him again. Very interesting documentary. Not to mention, you're going to see a lot of conscious shit, or a lot of shit I've seen in the conscious community being done. And how niggas is going for it and accepting it based upon somebody's doing it and they said it's the thing to do and you're conscious. He's going to show you that there. And you will, and I could not stop laughing because when I've done lectures, I've seen niggas set up doing the same goddamn shit. Kumari is the name of the documentary. All right. I'm going to try to hurry up through more of this mind control shit. And I think we're almost at the end. I don't think I want to do this. I'm going to go through it fast. There's a book called Influence, How and Why People Agree to Things. So just so you know it, then I'm going to quickly go through these movies, speak on it, and what they use for the social programming. Or now that we understand social programming, social engineering, we're going to talk about another aspect and what they did in particular with these movies that year. All right. So this book by Robert Cialdini, Cialdini, Robert Cialdini, Cialdini, and it's called Influence, How and Why People Agree to Things. How and why people agree to things. Okay, well, let me just say this. He says the scientific study of the progress of social influence. Now, this is called social influence, all right, which is a little bit different than social engineering and social and behavioral programming, even though it's hand in hand. It's another form of mind control. Social influence speaks closer to what I've been talking about on Facebook. You see 10 people with an Ankh on, now you got an Ankh. You see 10 people saying Hotep, all of a sudden you say Hotep. You know what I'm saying? So one of the things I used to say, you'll never hear me saying Hotep as a greeting. Not because I'm mad at the people who do say Hotep, because that ain't my motherfucking style. So I'm trying to show you, if it ain't my style, it's not going to be my style based upon being influenced socially. I'm not going to never wear a kufi. But if you wear a kufi, more power to you. Bless you. Hotep to you. But it's not me, so it's not going to be me. And I'm not going to promote it like it's me based upon social influence. So that's what social influence is. Now, the scientific study of social influence has been underway since the 1940s, beginning in earnest with propaganda, public information, and persuasion programs of World War II. Since this time, numerous social scientists have studied the ways in which one individual can influence others by attitudes and actions. So by attitudes, this conscious attitude and these conscious actions, how you can influence others just by this attitude. All right, and you want to be that motherfucker, and that's where you get the phrase. What's that phrase they say? Imitation is the best compliment or the best form of flattery. And that's based upon social influence. Motherfuckers want to walk around like Denzel. All right. So the powerful effects of social influence was published in a book by the dude Robert Cialdini, and it's called Influence: How and Why People Agree to Things. And he describes, which I'm gonna go through quickly, 6 factors that lead people to things they wouldn't ordinarily do, but do under most circumstances. They can have a very dramatic impact when used alone, or even more when combined with other mind control tactics. So other mind control, so basically if you're in a cult, this would have a bigger influence, let's just say. Or if you're in a movement, the civil rights movement, this would have a bigger influence. It still works alone, this social influence, but you have to be in a group to be influenced. So therefore, my non-conscious friends may get on my Facebook with all my conscious friends. They're not going to put on an Ankh and say Hotep. Why? They're not in the group. They're not in that form yet. Could be, not saying it all is, but in that form of social engineered mind control. And let me be clear on that. Being conscious is not mind control. Being conscious is not mind control. What happens is you're conscious, then you fall in, perhaps, not everybody, most of you niggas, fall into a mind control motif. So let me be clear. Just being conscious, getting on Facebook, interacting with other people socially does not mean you're under mind control. But if you don't have the understanding of the true agenda of metaphysics and the occult science as you becoming a scientist and interacting for self-revelation, let's just keep it there for now, you can fall into the social relief. Social relief, meaning you relieve yourself based upon your social connections, and you relieve yourself and feel that you're getting relief from the information that you keep watching on YouTube and the occasional Wikipedia pages you read or the books you get. You get relief and reward by getting socially pleased or love bombed. Okay, so be clear. So if you're in that form of mind control or the mind control aspect of your conscious path, or truthfully, the better thing to say, if you haven't got out or understand mind control and you left one form of mind control, Christianity, and now you're in a new form of mind control, Moorism, Nubianism, occultism, I'm from the dark side, nigga, and all of this kind of shit. If you left one mind control and went into a new form of mind control, you are then easily socially influenced. In fact, you can dictate how, if that person's under the mind control aspect of whatever group they're in, conscious people in this case, because this is us we're talking about, when you see how socially influenced they are. Everybody's saying it's right, be right. Everybody's saying it's left, be left. Everybody's saying don't eat that, you don't eat that. You know what I'm saying? Certain shit makes common sense too. I don't think anybody should eat a pig. Get what I'm saying? But if someone came and revealed some light message or something, will I not listen to them because they eat pig? That becomes the question. Is it because of mind control? See, like for instance, this guy knows this motherfucker has no inhibitions about eating pig. But he tells me a lot about the old South. He's a Southern nigga, he talks Southern. So I'm still finding light and understanding, and he puts a lot of shit in Atlanta in context for me. But I could have just been from social influence, social engineering, my social program. As soon as he be like, yeah, nigga, when I get in there, maybe I'm gonna get some smothered porch. I'm like, this is a dead nigga. I can't listen to him. He didn't say hotel. That's the mind control I'm talking about. All right. So based upon that social influence, it tells you how far you're in mind control. So one of the techniques of social influence is something called reciprocity. So that's when that's in this context, not the Mayat context, is giving something to somebody without getting nothing back. Giving something to somebody without giving nothing back. Now I need you to understand, to be very clear, most of these techniques in mind control is a documentation of how mind works. So mind control is not bad, let's just say, if you're controlling your own mind. That's what really the conscious movement is, for you to reprogram and control your own mind. Most of us are being controlled by outside influences. Now, when you have cultures and let's say the people of Mali, so when you have rites of passage, the way they eat, sleep, shit, sleep, all synchronized, rituals, dances, them being constrained to time, what are they doing? They're doing the same thing. They're setting up mind control. They just have no sinister agenda. So what they're setting up, which now manifests as a culture, and how people would act and react with or without eyes looking on them based upon what they know from the culture, which is mind control. This is all of this was set up. I mean, all of this was fine. That's how the mind worked. That's how we controlled and dealt with people. What we are now calling mind control. Not all forms of mind control, mind you. This and a few others. Now, when your parents, as a child, sit up straight, say thank you, cross your legs. Never do that. I'm disappointed. I'm happy. I'm disappointed. I'm happy. Oh, you did a good job? Here's a penny. You did a bad job? Give me my penny. You eat dinner tonight. You're on punishment. No, you're not on punishment. You get this. You get a toy. What did that show you? They showed you right there, punishment and reward concept. That's mind control. Remember, I told you to imprint somebody's reality. It's repetition. How many times have you heard your parents say, how many times I had to tell you that? Right now, my son, I'm feeling nothing sticking. Take out the garbage. It's Wednesday. You know it's Wednesday. Take out the garbage. Take out the garbage. Take out. Do this. Do this now. Do that. Do that. Wash the table. I tell you to wash the table. Motherfucker, wash the table. Motherfucker, wash the table. Oh, okay, you wash the table. All right, here's $20. You need a haircut. Here's $20. All right, pack some herb packs. But can I pack some herb packs? So now he knows he ain't getting nothing without working. Before it was like, yeah. Now he can't get nothing without working. Now he has a friend that got in a little trouble. His mom's is hurting. So we knew the boy since he was little, so we said, okay, he can come stay with us for a while. Oh my God. You know, and this kid who had no father. I see how my son was fucking before. So while I'm thinking my son is fucking 10 grades behind and take out the garbage, this nigga here, oh my God, you should, just now the nigga was trying to make a waffle. You should have seen that fucking tragedy. I was like, motherfucker, you don't know how to make a goddamn waffle in a goddamn waffle maker? Goddamn, nigga. And when I asked him, like, I do the dishes, you know, because he's happy to be here. Panic makes it sweet. You know, there's a lot of sodas and motherfucking oatmeal cakes and shit. You know, it was like that for them all the time. Now he's living here. Woo, we look at all the delights, nigga. This is Candyland, nigga. Candyland. So this nigga can't make a waffle. So he washed the dishes. Oh, I washed the dishes. He's happy to be here. Yeah. I'm like, all right, no problem. I said, well, I'm going to wash this pan. I'm going to cook right now. No, I got it, Mr. Panic. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm Mr. Panic. Mr. Panic. He washes it. So when he's done, the blenders left, spoons and shit, couple of bowls, strainers. My son's sitting there. I said, see, if that was you who left the shit, I would have fucked you up. So my son is laughing. He said, yeah, I be trying to tell this nigga shit. This nigga just don't get it. So I paused and said, oh, I'm so glad you getting a taste of your own medicine, motherfucker. I can't begin to tell you how many times I tell. He said, this nigga was using my motherfucking towel. How this nigga using there's fucking plenty of towels. Why are you using my motherfucking? I'm like, oh, nigga. So it was so funny him getting a taste of his own medicine. So I said all of that to say this. Now I realized that all the times I said to him, do this, it actually is working. We just had nothing to compare it to. Now that we're comparing it to, I see repetition, as I pointed out, and something I know, and I said in the beginning of the day, is how you program. So that's why your parents are saying to you over and over, sit up straight, sit up straight, sit up straight. What I tell you. Don't let me say it again, Go ahead, do it again. Don't do that, don't do that. You better do that, Because that repetition is they're actually programming you, i.e. mind controlling you. They're doing it with the best intentions. The problem is they're just fucking dumb too. But they're still mind controlling you with items that benefit you. Because another aspect of that, I grew up, my father, he did the same thing to me. Gave me all these rules, all these jobs, not to be all these ways to be. You know, a man does this, a man does, you never do that, you're going to do that, you better do that. You know, all the shit that we just said. And then when I grew up, I said, this motherfucker didn't live up to all that bullshit. He said, all this honorable bullshit. This nigga didn't do this, nigga didn't do this, nigga didn't do that. Then it occurred to me. I said, no, he wasn't trying to get me to be like him. He was telling me things and programming me with things as a way to be better than him. So where I fell short would still leave me on the next level than him. I said, I totally got it. Because I do it now. I tell all my son this dignified shit about not smoking weed. Well, I was fucking high. I damn near was smoking crack, goddammit. Compared to this nigga with his little joint, and I go into the evils of weed. Which really, I don't care. Them niggas went to college, they could smoke motherfucking heroin. I don't give a fuck, really. But since these niggas ain't there yet, I know weed is just gonna slow them down. That's my real problem with it. Them just smoking weed, I really don't care. But that's not what I'm telling him. And I said, oh, I get it. It's not really about telling the truth. It's really about mind control. Because and my agenda is pure. I have to mind control him and let him know every puff of weed he smoke is a tumble downhill. Even though it's really not. You know what I'm saying? They'll get over it. They'll do whatever they need to do to survive, even on weed. But I have to make it seem like it's the worst offense ever. And I found a joint in the couch after we had it. Oh, did I make a production of that shit last night to them niggas? Know what I'm saying? Yes, Mr. Panic. Had this nigga shook. Yes, I gave him some real Brother Panic shit. Know what I'm saying? I found a knife and a roach, a joint. And I said, first of all, if I find anything like this, I'm going to stab you, then smoke the fucking joint to calm myself down after I call the fucking ambulance for your ass, nigga. Oh, yes, Mr. Panic. And really, I know it's all the shit that we did. Shit, I still want to walk around with a knife and a joint, stab motherfuckers in Walmart. But I have to make it seem insane for them. Such a wrong choice for them so they stay on the path. That's mind control, hands down. So the biggest facilitators of mind control are actually your parents. It ain't even this fucking the Illuminati and all of that shit. So mind control, first and foremost, is not a bad word by itself. The problem is these tech. Now, if you study humanity and how humanity interacts through cultures, through because in this book they also talk about something called dumb blonde mind control, and that's basically how women manipulate and mind control men into doing something. Let's say, here's an example of that. If a woman's sitting there that you want to get with, and she just sits there stuck on, oh, my back is hurting, you know what you're going to do. Oh, I'll rub it, because you feel there's a prize at the end of that, a reward, that hope again. And that's hope for some titty sucking if you go ahead and rub her back. But now let's say your man You know what I'm saying? Sitting there, and this nigga, oh, my back is hurting. You said, look, motherfucker, this is about the third time you said that shit. You know what I'm saying? What you need to do is take your ass up the street and call on your woman and get the fuck away from me. I'm going to watch this game, whatever you're going to do. So the mind control is based upon the feminine. You would do something you normally wouldn't do. You ain't rubbing nobody's fucking back, but you feel. So she's manipulating based on that. And this goes forward into gas bill, rent, or just shutting up and sitting down. Like, for instance, right downstairs was my office, and I kept that shit pimped, baller. So Khadijah pointed out, look, nigga, that's the first room people see when they go in. Long story short, with the feminine mind control, my office is now upstairs in a room with a door that can close, and downstairs is now this fucking hookah lounge looking area. She painted the walls purple. There's fucking funky touch lights and sexy couch and funky Cole Medina chairs, and shit look like a museum. It's tight like a motherfucker. Because it got the effect. Motherfuckers walking, ooh, who did that? We don't never sit in that motherfucker. Ain't no TV in that motherfucker. Nobody's playing no goddamn spades, tic-tacs, or goddamn Connect 4 in that son of a bitch or nothing. But the shit look hot though. Got funky. I bought her a Buddha in that motherfucker, funky ass Buddha. It is going down on the visualization. Kicked my ass out based upon some woman shit. And baby, it became baby, and the next thing I know, I'm moving bookcases up the stairs, moving fucking DVDs and books up the stairs, my desk up the stairs, my couch, tea, all that shit, altars up the stairs. And now, when she get tired, okay, I'm just gonna close this door, nigga. Doom. And I just look around and go, how did this fucking happen? Mind control, feminine. So it's not necessarily bad, it's a better thing, but you naturally do these techniques. So what does this tell you? Why did I tell you all of that? Because this tells you, and what y'all need to understand, because when you hear mind control, and this is one of the questions I ask in my class, tell me what mind control is. Evil, destructive, Illuminati. I was like, no, see, that's what you've been taught or connected mind control to. In this book, and what mind control is basically a telling of how the human mind takes an input and can be influenced by others, stimuli, groups, social groups, as I pointed out, or dialogue, voices, speeches, all the ways that the mind can be influenced or controlled to produce a result. So in a mind control book like this one is giving you all the ways. Some are sinister, MK Ultra and all the rest of that jazz, but he goes through them all in this particular book. And this is Mind Control 101 by J.K. Ellis, How to Influence the Thoughts and Actions of Others Without Them Knowing or Caring. But ultimately, what I'm trying to get across to you here is that mind control is basically the study of how minds are controlled. If the person controlling your mind has an evil agenda of fear, their agenda in mind, you got a problem. If it's like how black people were doing it, or just certain other people are doing it on a personal level for maybe an outcome of balance, because technically Khadijah used this technique not even knowingly, number one. That's just how women interact, and that's fine. That's how they need. That's the feminine wiles. That's how they do. And I still have the choice to do it or not, but out of love and out of her respect, at the end result, it still resulted in balance. Because my office upstairs is still fine. It's doing what it do. Downstairs, she's happy, and I'm just as happy. I wasn't married to downstairs. So it's still, if I could say it's mind control, I could say the end result is no agenda that's sinister. So mind control is not necessarily sinister by nature. Now, the mind control we're talking about in mass media and by the powers that be, sinister in nature, because they are promoting at its foundation white supremacy. So we're not talking about white supremacy mind control and all the tactics that trickle down and all the methodologies and what we can decode from there. Mind control in general It's just the way the mind works and interact. As a true occultist and a true scientist, what you should understand is all of these rituals, candle magic, crystals, and all of that, guess what? That's mind control. But you're trying to mind control with your intention. You have an intention when you light the candle, get a crystal, buy a type of crystal, set up an altar, set up a ritual, do it on a day. You have an intention. The intention is for that to become your reality. You're mind controlling yourself to believe that reality, just like your mind control to believe civil rights would move, that Jesus is real. You've been mind controlled into believing that some mothership is physically going to come back and rescue your ass. We can go on 1,000 things that niggas believe. You know what I'm saying? You still believe Tupac is alive. You get what I'm saying? Shit like that. Michael Jackson is still alive. Whatever. You can believe anything because something influenced or triggered you and you made the agreement. So you're agreeing with these mind control tactics based upon you being programmed. That's the thing to do. So, okay, I'm going to get past this. So reciprocity, and that's like a way of giving someone a flower but not expecting nothing back. So and this is a form of mind control. So I can give you something without expecting anything back. You automatically feel you owe me. But the key is for me to give it to you. Be like, no, brother, I just want you to have this. I believe you're supposed to have this. Everybody who's giving me something in my mind, as I pointed out earlier, the brother who gave me this book, you see how I still feel I need to say peace to my brother Jor-El, who gave me this book. And oddly enough, I'm not even thinking about it. You've seen me do this today. I said peace to my brother Jor-El, who gave me this book. He just happened to give it to me. I'm still using this book. Each time I open this book, he comes to mind. And I have hundreds of books. Why is that? Because he just gave me this book as a gift. And according to Robert Cialdini, it's influence, how and why people agree to things. So we're talking about this is how you influence people. So as a lecturer, as a celebrity, as someone who's trying to do something, this is what you need to know. How to influence people. Giving them a gift without expecting nothing in return. This was also done on New York City. Anybody from New York City knows this. The homeless was begging for change. And people was like, fuck the homeless. Then they figured it out. They came on a train with a bag of sandwiches. Hello, people. Is anyone hungry? I would like to give you a meal. Have a bologna sandwiches. Nobody ain't eat no fucking sandwich out them niggas' bags. So it was like not giving nothing away, but them saying, I'm here to give you something, formed into what they call reciprocity in how to influence people and how to get people to agree to things. See, now when Jor-El calls me and asks me for anything, just based upon the book he gave me 6 years ago, he got it. If he called me right now and said, Panic, I need this, that, the other, all right, I'm going to do my best to do it. My man, Can Do, what's his name? Shambhala Bay on Facebook. My man Can Do. He's known for generous gifts with money. And I know in his heart he didn't have to take the class. He wanted to take the class. And whatever piece of change he got, he wanted to share. And that's what that was really about. He enjoyed the class. We had fun. In fact, the class with him in it is the one I put up as a sample on this same YouTube channel. And you'll hear him in there talking because that's my boy. And I gave them extra in that class because it's my boy. But this is what he did. He paid for the full class. And then he paid for his son for the class on the love. So, of course, anything he wants, I'm going to be there. Reciprocity. I knew this was a gift. And just the other day, which he said he didn't get, I have to check into. He has to give me his address again. I sent him a big bags of herbs. Here you go. My man Ephraim, when I did the lecture with Wayne, I'm by myself trying to set the camera, trying to do it. Ephraim stand up, said, Panic, anything you need, I got you. What do you need? And he did damn near more work than with me, setting up the lecture for absolutely nothing. Said, I'm just down to do it. Never forget it, never forget. Every time I see him, I have a special place with him on Facebook. And I just send him a bunch of herbs and shit. In fact, it went to his old address. He said, yo, I moved. It's no problem. I'll do it again, my nigga. Sent it again. And he got the original herbs. He said, well, what you want me to do with the first package? Keep them shits, nigga. Have that shit for the next 2 years. Give him saying, and I remember this for reciprocity in terms of helping. That's mind control. Commitment to consistency. Consider, also called brainwashing, American commitment and consistency. To be consistent, how you can generally move somebody with a certain amount of consistency. And that's really repetition, what we talked about. Example of that, they used to brainwash American soldiers in the Chinese military during the Korean War. During interrogation, they would ask them simple questions like, what's your name, what's your rank? The soldier would easily answer these questions. Often they were asked to talk about their life back home in the United States. Again, they easily request about their life back. Again, they easily request what might be. Once they requested, they give them small privileges. Again, that's that reward versus punishment. So they get more food, they say, or some other privilege. Mind you, they're locked up in this camp. When they are asked to talk about things they didn't like back home, taxes, unfair treatment by their local police, legal problems, etc., each time they would give forth more and more information. But see, now they're slowly leading them. This is called commitment and consistency. This consistent thing. Get what I'm saying? So what I noticed in the conscious community, you consistently hear the same things. Melanin. That's the default. That's probably one of the best ones. Even though there's Kundalini, third eye, even the word consciousness, you hear this commitment, and then it kind of steps you into a place where you're bringing more and more dialogue. Now, they're not doing the same technique, of course, and it's not the same technique. It's kind of because the ultimate agenda of these guys is slowly trusting them by the more and more you commit, the more and more you have a certain dialogue. The agenda of them was to bring out negative talk about the government. So when first they got them to talk about all the things they do like, and then they have them eventually talk about the things they don't like. That's when they put the cameras on, and then you have an isolated guy talking about all this shit. So how does that work with us? First, we talk about the things in consciousness we don't like. The white man. Oh, the white man's doing this, the chemtrails doing that, the beast is doing that, the beast is from a cave, the beast is this. Then eventually, you're a god, you're a god, you're a god, and the beast ain't shit. Why? Because you need a contrast. If he's the beast, then you must be God. So this built up belief system is you God, to the point where if they just isolated that, like they isolate the men who just talk about the bad things about New York, even though they brung them there, the bad things about America, even though they eventually brung them there, they walked them there through commitment and consistency. You had the same commitment and consistency. You were committed to this idea of consciousness, and you're consistent with the words you hear: melanin, Kundalini, goddess, God, Osiris, Haru. And eventually, if they just isolate you talking, you would sound like just like a crazy person. I'm God and I came from the planet Sirius. They're like, oh, motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? So it's the same type of thing. And ultimately, or I'm trying to correspond it, ultimately, like, this is how you get people to agree to things. So once they got you there, you are now agreeable. Somebody could come along and say, I think all conscious people should, walk around naked. And you're set up for that. You know what I'm saying? Not something so outrageous, but you're set up for something a little bit less, like I said, because they said they bring you step by step. So you're ready for another step based upon you have a commitment and you're consistent with melanin, Kundalini, chakras, and all the rest of that. All right, if you understand where I'm going with that. Social proof. Social proof is doing something because everyone else is doing it. The effect of social proof can be easily incorporated by having mind control subject on the present people who are already confronting the prescribed acceptable behavior. So social proofing is they're trying to get you into something, or somebody's trying to indoctrinate you into something. All you have to do is introduce them into the other motherfuckers that's doing it. I can't believe how many times I said somebody's saying they're trying to wake people up by letting them listen to my lectures, or I'm going to put somebody in your lectures, or I'm going to tell this person, my cousin, to take your class because maybe she asked a couple of questions. I'm like, that's what social proofing is. You're just trying to show them or put them on to a social world that already exists. The mere fact that you need to do that shows that you are under that particular social mind control, that social influence, that social conditioning, because you are of the mentality where you need to socially prove or give somebody social proof who you're debating with. 9 times out of 10, or who may have asked you a dumb few questions. I don't believe in Jesus too much. Oh, well, let me show you who Brother Panic is and Brother Bobby is, and showing you this world. That shows that you're actually under that particular mind control, because real occultists, real metaphysicians understand that, as I pointed out, if this is self-realization, that this is a path you must walk by yourself. This is a place you must get to by yourself. You cannot get there socially. You can socially interact socially, but to be under true light, true light is a journey of self, a journey within, and therefore you must go alone. So no matter how much Brother Panic they hear, it means absolutely nothing. You may have proved that there is no Jesus because of some shit that Brother Panic said, or Brother Bobby said, or Brother Phil said, or Brother Wayne said, or Brother Aleem said. You may prove that there's no Jesus to them, but it doesn't get them closer to any inner path or any self-realization. You only realize that the argument continues. This is all social. All right, I'm gonna go past this. I'm gonna move on. Something called liking. Liking demonstrates the tendency for people to participate in activities in which their friends are also participating in. So as it goes to the conscious people, you'll see this. They got it for it to add on. You got to like. So what's the like? We already described. Oh, beautiful Queen Hotep. Oh, King. Oh, the black man is God. Oh, he's special. You're the first. You're the chosen people. And then everybody who we hate, kicking our ass, white people. Oh, they're the beast. They're the savage. So it already shows I'm a light motherfucker sitting in here calling me God, call me special. And the more I say Hotep, the more they seem to react. The more I say something on Facebook when a status message, those who come forth must bring forth that which goes within. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. Oh, that's indeed. Thank you for that. You changed my day. Oh, like. All of that shit. Liking is like on Facebook. If they like something, you're doing something called liking. All right. Authority. Giving someone who is perceived as an authority will aid the value or product of the service. So basically they say like having Charlton Heston as the president of the National Rifles Association is a great victory, because anybody on the fence, this will convince them. So having Brad Pitt come up, or at one time Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson, as we can see now, no longer. So the you need an authority figure to certify you. Here's a prime example. Go back to the MySpace days. Even before then, I was already lecturing. I opened a production. Brother Shabazz, based upon, only thing I could say at the time was an attitude and something he may have seen, was like, you need to lecture. And I didn't know half what I know, and I felt I was under the study, but of course I did. And if I look back at those lectures, there were certain things that were said that were great, but most of them just this shit poppery and a nigga talking. I recognized this early on and said, fuck all of this. I'm not going to embarrass myself and keep lecturing at all. Lost interest. My thing was to study, and that's why I came, and that's what I did. But in that short period of lecturing, I met Bobby and so on and so forth, and me and Bobby became pretty cool at that time. And primarily the relationship was for the study. So what book to get, I'm studying. And what I stood out, as I pointed out, it wasn't like, Bobby, could you tell me this? I would call him and say, Bobby, well, I'm studying this. What do you recommend for further study, and what's your take on what I'm studying? So early on, he recognized that it wasn't about just asking him in a form of being lazy. It was about, I was on this grind, and now he could be used as the resource he truly would like to be used as a resource for, as opposed to somebody you keep asking questions to so your beliefs could get harder. I was wanted to know. And he would go very hard at pointing out, which he also has done in lectures, that your credentials are based upon how much you want to know. And what he recognized in me was a guy with a very thirsty need to know. Also, he would give that credit to Aleem a lot too. He said, shit, man. He said, motherfucking Aleem would not leave his ass alone in the early days and shit. Now, so Bobby, of course, all his lectures, he's an authority figure. And because of all the interaction, the 1,000 hours of phone time that we would spend, you would hear him reflect that in his lectures. I wasn't lecturing, talking anywhere. The Brother Panic was doing this. Me and the Brother Panic did that. Brother Panic said that. I was talking to Brother Panic and Brother Panic and Brother Panic and Brother Panic. He did it a lot at the time we were interacting. And this was a natural thing. He had no other agenda but was speaking about what was going on in his life at the time. Me and him was dealing with this phone a lot. In a lot of discoveries, a lot of rituals, a lot of breakthroughs were happening. So by the time MySpace showed up and I'm Brother Panic on MySpace, what I noticed was a lot of people, first of all, it was easy on MySpace. You put a Baphomet fucking picture up and motherfuckers was already worshiping you. You know what I'm saying? That's how MySpace was. And a lot of niggas who I know wasn't even heavy on it or just heavy in the imagination of it, did all them pictures and all of a sudden they were worshipped. And they was people who could initiate you, all sorts of magical cultural shit from niggas from goddamn whatever ghetto. And because people were willing to pay for it and they figured it out, this was now a new hustle. But what I started to notice, because all I did was write blogs and was into myself and into my study, a lot of people would come and say, are you the Brother Panic Bobby was talking about? And they gave me a lot of credentials and props based upon Brother Bobby's word, or in other words, an authority. So Brother Bobby as an authority basically certified me. The good news was, when I did start talking, I was able to back the hype up, at least I believe, and I wouldn't be here today if I guess that wasn't true, the hype up of the things Bobby talked about. And he never really talked about my agenda. He only talked about breakthroughs and certain things. So somebody else was saying, yeah, I never heard about you, but I was in a group and I was like, well, who's Panic? What's a Panic? And the people was like, oh, you don't know Panic? You don't, oh, that's Brother Panic. That's Brother Panic. And I said, I bet you they couldn't tell you nothing I did. And the person was like, actually, they didn't tell me nothing you did. I just should have known you. I said, because they don't know shit I did. At this point, I wasn't lecturing. I said, they don't know shit I did. They just know me from Brother Bobby. I said, they don't know what the fuck I do. So now people know based upon 1,000 man hours of lecturing. Now, another thing, Bobby did this naturally. He's totally oblivious to what it done in terms of him as an authority figure and how it made my credentials go a long way. Like I said, anybody eventually is going to have to fight that fight and they're going to have to handle that shit, you know what I'm saying? No matter how much pussy a nigga throw before me, I'm going to have to start doing the fucking at one point. So that's what happened. But irregardless of that, Bobby was totally oblivious to the power of that and the internet and how that worked. So early on, niggas was trying to get Bobby on Blog Talks. He's doing them. He couldn't stand doing them. He urged me, this was before I was doing them, he urged me, you should do that, Eric. That's your genre. Internet young, you should do it. Take over that. You'll be the master. I'm like, I'm not even interested. What book could we get for this, that, the other? So now, he's doing these blog talks. He said, fuck it, I'm going to make these niggas pay me. One nigga pays him for another nigga's show. And basically said, the nigga who paid him said, could you talk about my book? So Bobby says, naturally, look, I talk about so many white people's book. You ain't got to pay me to talk. You pay me for blog talk. You ain't got to pay me to talk about your book. I'm going to do that naturally, player. You know what I'm saying? He said, this is what, any black person that wrote a book, niggas follow me just to get my book list. I'm going to definitely hook you up. So Bobby talks about this book. And in this book, starts to blow up, cause a Bobby, the authority figure. Now, I talked to Tef. I said, Tef, yeah, you heard about this book, telling the story. Tef was like, I bought the book. He said, shit was incoherent babble. He said, but if Bobby said it, I'm going to pick it up again. I said, whoa. No, Bobby was just blessing them. I don't think it's a real endorsement for something that's a literal triumph. I think it was just a black man and they did this. Now, so Tef said, all right, so I'm going to still look at it. That's how Tef is. So I'm gonna still look at it. I said, all right. So book is semi blowing up. The dude does a second book. He's no longer in cahoots with the Blog Talk dude. He's in New York, and he says, Bobby, I want to bring you in for a lecture. Bobby's actually leery about that. He says, oh, I'm going to do it. So I'm blew him up. And so Bobby said, I'm going to talk about this, talk about that, and the whole nine. He said, dude calls him, said, let's do a sit-down lecture. And in the sit-down lecture, I want you to talk all about my book. So Bobby didn't think about it for a second. So, all right, no problem. Bobby calls me. He's like, yo. I said, wait a minute. He said, this nigga calls me. And this is when they still setting up the lecture. He said, this nigga calls me and says, he said, wait a minute. He said, I kind of get the vibe that this shit is all about me promoting his book, and he don't give a fuck about the lecture. So I finally said, Bobby, God damn it. Thank you. I've been trying to tell you what this shit is about for the longest. I said, you got to look at it from these niggas' perspective. The internet comes up and these niggas see a free meal. On the MySpace days, all the niggas that emerged as these top-notch scholars were all the niggas that was hanging around lectures just sitting in the fucking audience. But half these scholars weren't on Facebook, especially Bobby. So these niggas is coming to a whole bunch of new niggas hearing this, acting like these are the masters of it. When all they are is just repeating shit from the lectures. Now, the difference between me and most of them, out of Bobby's mouth, and I'm telling this to Bobby, I said, nigga, you authenticated me. You kept saying, brother panic, brother panic. So Bobby's like, wait a minute. He said, I'm saying that based upon thousands of hours of time we put in. I said, I know that. And you know that. I said, you think these niggas who's trying to get a hustle on even know that, care to know that, or believe that? Not even in the least. What they see is before and after. They see me getting numbers on Blog Talk that they can't figure out how it's happening. But the only thing they could put, but in their mind, they feel they're just as genius, just as deep as me. I don't know, maybe they are. Who gives a shit? So they're feeling I'm not saying nothing so more profound than they can say. So the only thing this must be is the fact that Bobby said the name Brother Panic so much. That's why I'm getting all this attention. Basically, he authenticated me. So Bobby was real, not distraught, but like, damn. I could tell one of the things where it made him think. I said that was the impact or the social impact based upon this authority. And I said, even if it's not true, because in his mind, it's not true. In his mind, he's saying me because I know in his mind, all the years of, fuck was in his mind. I'll tell you what he said. 2008, he just called me out the blue one day. He said, I'm going to be real with you, Panic. I've been lecturing for over 10 years. He said, out of everybody I've ever met, this is his words, out of everybody I ever met, none of these niggas did the work enough to dwell among the gods except you. He said, these niggas are still flirting with it. These niggas are still sees it in some form outside of them. He said, in whatever year, he said, that's when I started to dwell among the gods. He said, I've never seen anyone in all the years I'm lecturing but you. He said, I want to say, whatever it was, congratulations. He said, I want to say, I really acknowledge that you dwell among the gods. For me, that was a big compliment for me. Because it showed, or to me, my dedication to the true study, which is what I've been saying here all day, which so much so I develop a class to show people how to dedicate themselves to the true study, not to the true study of information, the true way to dwell amongst the gods for real, not in theory or self-esteem, for real, how to do it. That's why when I told Byron during the class, he was fucking overwhelmed. He said, I never had the time to do the class. He said, I'm so fucking glad you are doing classes in Atlanta. He said, that's straight out of the page from C. Freeman L. I said, oddly enough, at the same time, right when I was about to develop the class, I was in Publix, and I seen this dude that was the spitting image of C. Freeman L. Which you can see, C. Freeman L. is up on the spirit world. That where I'm pointing is his wall. That's his work. The stuff he studied, that's his package. And his Moorish man is right there, or so on and so forth. All his C. Freeman L's area is here. I mean, I've talked and dealt with C. Freeman now. I never met him in real on planet Earth, but in the spirit world, when he made the transition, he came immediately and revealed some powerful shit about the sun, which I've said before. But I seen a guy. I mean, it was almost eerie. So I knew C. Freeman was coming through, and it was the same time I was doing the class. And Bobby said basically C. Freeman was the man who did the classes in Atlanta. These classes are magical. Pay attention. Go to occultlectures.com and get on it. Get on it. Go sign up. You can also email me, panicpack@hotmail.com. Now, so Bobby now understood. So when Bobby found this out, Bobby basically called the dude, told him, nah, I'm not coming. I ain't doing that shit. And Bobby said, naturally, I would have sat there and talked about his book. He said, but just this little fucking hustle. I said, of course it's a hustle, man. Y'all niggas. And then Bobby said, so I'm going to remember there was another nigga. Never worked out for him. He was working with Brother Shabazz from Eye Opener. And Shabazz allowed him to open up for Bobby. And Shabazz asked him for something else. He said, really, I don't need to do that no more, brother. He said, I'll open up for Bobby. My career is straight now. So Bobby remembered that. I said, I said, off of a tape, that wouldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? Off of a tape, that wouldn't do it. Because I guess it would add to it, but you have to be consistent. Because early on, I did maybe 2 tapes with Bobby that's on the web, but we may have did 3 or 4 altogether, where I either do question and answers, and I was always, and I knew how to do it because it was more of an interview. A lot of the stuff I was dealing with at the time, but I was always that guy who knew what to ask, because remember I told you that I knew people did not know what they pretended to know in these lectures, and niggas really wanted to know some shit. So me and Bobby have a tape called What Happens When You Die, because all these niggas was pontificating. I ain't scared of death. I'm ready to go, nigga. I'm conscious. And I'm sitting there going, you niggas are scared and you don't know what happened. So that's what made me say, Bobby, we're going to do, when we do our sit down, he did his lecture. I said, when we do our sit down, this is going to be through the gateways of death. What happens when you die? So you hear me asking the question, what are you going to see? Because that's what niggas really want to know. And that tape went through the fucking roof. And the correspondence between metaphysics and religion. That's what niggas really wanted to know, at least from my perspective. And with that mentality is what made my lecturing style like it is, to train you, because I'm fronting like you don't know, because I know you don't know, because I know you fronting. So I'm a hit you with shit that you really want to know, not the metaphysical grid lines that trickle down. I'm gonna hit you with this shit, and that's why most motherfuckers and niggas are still trying to figure out. All them young niggas on the lecture circuits who thought they was badass because they were kissing older lecturers' asses and they thought they was getting some torch pass, that they went into fucking levels of invisibility. And a guy that they used to play off, because they used to play me on, he's not with the program. He don't act right. That's who I was. He's doing it wrong. He'll be going in a second. Now, them same motherfuckers, oh, brother, like I'll see them at these Malcolm X films. Oh, brother, let me come around the table and give you a hug. Oh, Shay, beloved. I'm like, nigga, you was just basically telling me to jack off when you thought it was going to go away. But now, see, the difference, somebody was saying this in class, I wasn't trying to be a lecturer. My whole existence is from YouTube and Facebook, from that era. And so I tailor fit how I speak to those people finding consciousness there. Most motherfuckers look at this lecture circuit like the fucking, like where the Mahdi lives. So they're tailor fitting it to a bunch of people from an old network. And it just happens to trickle down to people on the internet. Well, here's the secret, nigga. I'm not trying to be on the lecture circuit. Niggas will ask me, why don't you come lecture? My answer is like, nope, I'm not interested. We talking to 1,000 people right now in one sitting versus 35, 15 motherfuckers on the lecture circuit. When there was no internet, that day was because you felt you was sitting there, this is a secret that we telling. Now the shit is hidden in your face. Everybody talking about it. So I could talk about the worst of the worst and the craziest and the scariest of the scary. I'll just blend in, and the people who are supposed to hear me. So understand, I tailor fitted this whole, whatever you want to call this lecture teaching shit, to people with the mentality of YouTube and Facebook. Therefore, that's why I'm reaching them. Other motherfuckers is trying to still do the lecture circuit and using this as a promotional tool, and people see through it. Ashe. So understand the authority figure is where it comes from is regular. And I'm still spending too much time on this. Let's go. I'm gonna finish this up. Scarcity. Scarcity is the way your mind control people. Just tell limited time only. Get it while it's hot. Let me show you how special it is. And I see how that works because some people ask me for certain things, and I tell them I'll make a special herb pack for you. You know, Patrick, I'll pay you $1 million. I'm like, nah, it's the same price. It's just me configuring herbs. But the idea that scarcity and special goes a long way. And yeah, that's it. So those are the techniques of how to influence and get people to agree to things and get people to accept you and certify you and become that force. All right, so now we talk a little bit about the context of mind control. I wanted this shit to end, but we already had 3 hours. So I'm going to go through these movies real quick and tell you about how the social programming was or how it did for that year. All right. The movies that they put out for the concept of social engineering to keep the powers that be in 1 year was all planned and all designed and all had a purpose. Remember, because you would say, well, the logical mind would say, well, how could they all just get together and make this mass conspiracy and say, you do this movie, you do that, this movie, you do this movie. All right, I'm going to show you how they do that. There's a movie called The Player. Tim Robbins, Whoopi Goldberg. It actually has an ensemble cast. The Player. And I don't know if you can where you're going to catch it. It's not on Netflix. I have it on DVD because I like the movie, but I have over 4,000 something DVDs, 5,000 DVDs. But try to get The Player, and you may be able to find it on cable somewhere. And in the movie, Tim Robbins is a movie exec, and they show you basically how the process of movies are made. And they drop some statistics. They basically, who is all about getting a green light for the movie. And studios, they said, makes maybe 4 or 5 movies a year. So if they're, let's say, 20 people, then 10 people, then 5 people, then 2 to 1 person, we already said about 35 people in it. All 35 people do not have to be in the conspiracy loop. The one person at the top finds out from, let's just say, because you niggas don't know nothing else, the Illuminati, the Bilderberg Group, or whatever, what the agenda is. So that one person at the top, the head dog who's in the loop, says, they say we're going to make slave movies for the year 2014. So then he tells the 5 people under him, okay, this is what we're trying to get. We're trying to get a slavery movie, and we're trying to get a slavery freedom movie, or we're trying to get a slavery authentic movie, or a slavery movie about a book or something that's in existence, or we're trying to get a Butler movie. So you guys go look. So the 5 guys say, okay, it's still an abstract idea, but the intention of a slavery movie is there. So the 5 guys say, look, we need a slavery movie, and we need it to be about a guy who rescues a girl or saves someone. He was almost free and goes back and he does this and he gets that and gets that. So we don't know a script or whatever. So then they tell the 10 guys, you 10 guys, you guys, this is what we want. You need to start hearing scripts. So basically, so far, we got the one guy who knows the conspiracy, the agenda, the Django thing that would eventually be, that they're looking for, or the 12 years a slave that they're eventually looking for. It's only an idea so far. It's trickling down the idea, and as it goes down the chain, the idea starts developing more. So the 10 guys are now listening, talking to agents. Agents, they're telling the agents, we need a script about this, we need a script about that, we need a script about this. So all the agents in Hollywood know they're looking for a script. And then the 5 guys are now waiting for the agents to call back. So the 5 guys are sitting there. Now, they don't know what's happening up here and why they want it. They just know only one thing. That's what the studio is going to put their money behind. And I have my job, so I'm looking for this because somebody in the higher-ups want to make this movie. They want to bankroll it. So now, you got the 5 dudes who's not in on the conspiracy, but they're sitting there because now the agents are saying, either we're going to write a script for you. They said, well, we want James Cameron to do it. James Cameron, write a script. He'll write a script, or they'll say, guess what? Quentin Tarantino already has a script. Oh, really? Tell him to sit it in. Let's see what it is. It's called The Django Unchained, and it's about this, that, the other. So the five guys say, all right, let's bring the script up to the higher ups. Everybody gets the script. Everybody's reading the script, and from the higher ups, they start changing it. Well, we like the girl, but we want a darker girl. We like this scene, but we want that out. We like this, but we want that out. So Quentin is what they call rewriting the script. Why is he rewriting it? Because the guy up here keeps telling them, make what I want. Make what I want. And he knows because he's in on the conspiracy. So by the time it gets down to these five guys, it doesn't sound like it's a conspiracy. It just sounds like, I don't think they're going to go for it. I'll tell the higher ups, but I think they want the girl changed, and I think they want that. Just sounds like they're working. So finally they got the script. Finally they won. He took that out. The studio wouldn't go for that. They won't budget that. They don't have enough in the budget for that, so on and so forth. And the script gets green lighted, and now they have, which seems like a random good movie that everybody was creatively working on, but really only one guy was really giving the agenda back down the pipe. No, yes, and no. Once he got the basis for what he wanted, which seems like random and creative, he just tailor-fitted it to the agenda. That's why Spike Lee, when he said, I tried to get a script passed, I keep getting rewrites and keep doing it over. Because Spike Lee, on the other hand, nobody's trying to get Spike Lee to do anything from the conspiracy level. They know he's going to come from the radical level, and they know they need to appease that. Why? Rewards and punishment. So they have to make it seem like for all the shit they do in the movies, make you wearing dresses and all that shit, they have to give you a reward. Spike Lee, do the right thing. John Singleton, they shot Ricky. Those are the rewards. But those they're not looking to get an agenda from them. All they're looking to do is make sure they don't go too far off the agenda. So you can have a movie set in the background of a college, as long as you're telling black people, take your ass to college. That's the way to get out. So John Singleton's movie, Higher Learning, as long as you understand, this is higher learning, motherfucker. As long as you understand, this is higher learning, motherfucker. And so no matter what happens on the campus, you kind of can say the background is this is where you should be. So long as those elements are there, that's when they eventually get green light. That's why the black dudes always complain. They always telling me to rewrite the script or telling me there ain't no budget to do all of that. You know what I'm saying? So Malcolm X becomes a reward, but then you hear later on that Spike Lee says plenty of times, we had thousands of hours of Malcolm X's speeches that had to get cut because they're going to just give you general. So that's how that works. So we need to see, once you understand that, you got to understand this is how these conspiracies can work. Because they did this movie and then they did this movie. These are unofficial trilogies. And how did they do all this year? How did they do Armageddon and that other movie with Morgan Freeman? The same themes. You'll see the same themes during the year. How is this happening? If these are two random studios is doing a movie, they'll do this and so, because that's how it works. There is a conspiracy, but at the higher levels. All right. So the Django Unchained, that was the first to set off this social programming. This movies to really these were psychological attacks. These movies, and I'm talking about Django, 12 Years a Slave, The Butler, and to a lesser degree Mandela and Nativity, all in the same year. Django Unchained is a phenomenon they do in the powers that be. Every once in a while, they'll put a pure, authentic, conscious movie. In this particular case with Django, a radical movie. The conscious movie of that time was The Matrix. They do this to test the consciousness of the people, to see, because they inundate you with so much mind control and suppress so much of your consciousness. What they're really scared of, to see if the consciousness is brewing into something that can trigger it, and all of a sudden the party is over. So while they're doing this mind control, they know it's unnatural to your essence. The mind control, as I said, black people were doing were trying to be in collusion with your essence. to merge with your essence. Therefore, there was nothing that was suppressed. You were still expressing yourself even in the culture. Now here, your true self is suppressed. Therefore, they feel it's boiling up till it blows over. So with Django, what they were able to do on screen was release some steam. And I'm going to get into that. So Matrix, they'll put out a conscious movie just to see where people's minds are. And sure enough, it was. Everybody, dead or alive. I know there's something more to that. They were at least trying to think of something more. Forget just conscious people. Even dead people were trying to say, what did that really mean? Which shows you that your mind is always there, still working. You know that there's something hidden. But we're not trained to look at the entire world as something you must decode. In fact, when I used to decode movies on MySpace, you had a nigga who was a lecturer started telling people decoding shit is folly. Decoding shit is for the birds. What's that going to do? Be more dark and Satan and all this shit. I'm like, you stupid fuck. Spiritually, everything you get, you must decode. This whole matrix that you're in is for decode. So decoding a movie is just an extension, or decoding your dreams, what you must do. If you don't have a skill in decoding, then you're not doing nothing spiritually to be sitting there talking about something spiritual. So your mind naturally understands is there to decode. That's what mythology was. Mythology is there for you to decode the symbols, and each symbols has layered meanings as you go to different levels in your consciousness. It is all about decoding. Your mind is there to be a sleuth. That's why you came down here to decode the mystery. That's why they called it a mystery system, because you were there to deal with clues and decode. That's your natural mind. So even dead people, when they was forced with this information that was obviously some hidden stories throughout the Matrix, they naturally went back to their natural decoding, which showed motherfuckers, white folks, that this shit ain't going nowhere. It's here, which we know it's not. But this ain't going nowhere. It's here. If the wrong series of shit comes up, it's going to activate some shit, so they better stay on their fucking mind control game. Which they did. That's why in Matrix 2, they gave the answers. Neo is it. Neo is Jesus. Christ is the way. They did everything, but they did say he was Jesus as the one. In the first one, they said, you're my personal savior, and more that I forgot from that movie. But basically, Morpheus went to the one who was enlightening you, to the one who was a believer. They said the word, Phil Valentine broke it down in one of his breakdowns, the number of the time they said, I believe. Which was another way of giving the dead people the answers that started to raise the questions. Self-contained mind control. So they put that out to see where you were at in your level of consciousness. And then they shut it back down. So Django was one of those movies. For two reasons. Now, Quentin Tarantino's agenda was simple. I figured this one out easy. Quentin Tarantino, Robert Rodriguez, who did Once Upon a Time in Mexico and what's them scary movies, the vampire movies where they, with Quentin Tarantino and George Clooney. Y'all know the one. Cheech. And there was a pyramid in it. And, okay, anyway, y'all know who Robert Rodriguez is. He did all of those Spy Kids movies. He's pretty good Mexican director. And, you know, he directs a lot of his Mexican folk in the push good enough. Him and Quentin Tarantino were friends in NYU film school, I believe. They also had a third friend, and his name was Spike Lee. So they were on the comeuppance together. Spike Lee, of course, went his do the right thing way. Quentin Tarantino likened himself as a writer first before a director. And he wrote a few scripts before he even started directing. True Romance. And he wrote the shit with Mickey and Mallory, Natural Born Killers, which I can tell you about that as well. Losing battery. And he wrote about Natural Born Killers, which I can tell you about that as well. I'm going to tell you something about that as well. So now, okay, so Spike Lee publicly has it out, and rightfully so, and I deal with Quentin Tarantino in my book as well, with Spike Lee. Spike Lee has it out with Quentin Tarantino about his uses of the word nigger. And of course, Sam Jackson comes to the table and you know, tells him it's okay, nigga. You a real nigga. Go on, do that nigga shit, motherfucking nigga. He's justified. You know, a certain level, I get that too. I don't think it's out of consciousness, and I don't think I would be telling Quentin Tarantino that, even though I know the science on the word nigga. Wouldn't even tell Quentin Tarantino that, but he did. So Spike Lee is always vocal. Every movie he's vocal on him, getting at this nigga. Jackie Brown got at him. Quentin Tarantino's not really saying nothing back to him, just making his movies. Now, in the movie world, to the studio execs, which every director, director primarily, is trying to gain power from them. Because remember, they have an agenda at the top, right? So that must trickle down. So how does that manifest in the dynamic of all the heads as it goes down when he's in a conspiracy? It manifests as just resistance from the studio. Well, I wanted to put some horses in it. This doesn't go against what the agenda was, where they found out in their little club, their little secret society. So
message, new message.
It doesn't. It goes against the agenda.
Email.
So what does that mean?
Email.
Oh shit! Who's been texting me? Nope. All right. So it looks like conflict. You know, I want horses, and there's no horses. If it goes against what's in the agenda, it just comes back as resistance. But they say Quentin Tarantino, based upon what his movies gross, no motherfucking resistance. They basically let him do what he wants to do in the movie. So basically, if he's greenlighted for a movie that's a part of the agenda, Kill Bill's probably not part of no agenda. They just do that. They make money. But certain movies that when they get in them Oscars, not all of them, but most of the movies, especially for nigga movies, they're getting them fucking Oscars. That's some shit that came down from the pipe to put money in, to represent, and to tell you that it's Oscar worthy. Shit you don't even give a fuck about, but then they tell you it's Oscar worthy or should be nominated or whatever. All right, so Quentin Tarantino never really answered Spike in a big detailed way. Now, so Spike finally gets, I realized for the psychological impact what Quentin Tarantino was doing when he did Django. Because like I said, he's not sophisticated. In fact, he told you he's not sophisticated in that movie he did. When he did a movie with Robert Rodriguez, that double feature, he did Planet X, and he did that car driving movie, the one with Rosario Dawson and Sidney Poitier's daughter. It was a double feature. But in the movie Planet X or Planet Terror, the one that was with Robert Rodriguez, the zombie movie, he also was in that movie. And he was in the elevator. He said something that was key, and I know what he was speaking to when he said it, and I'm gonna tell you why. He said to one of them girls, I believe it was a black girl too, or the Puerto Rican girl. He was playing the cop. He said, "Look, you look like." No, he said it to Rosario. He said it to a white girl. He said, "Let me tell you something." He said something, and I'm paraphrasing. He said, "All of that fancy pants this, fancy pants that." He said, "I'm not into all of that." He said, I'm gonna show you something that's real simple. I'm gonna shoot you right here, and it's over and it's done with. That fancy goddess look, that's over in 1 second. I said, I know exactly what he's speaking to. He's basically saying, in my movies, I don't do all that metaphysical shit. He said, I'm gonna get straight at you, which he has. He's gotten at you, especially in Pulp Fiction, fucking the guy, letting Ving Rhames get fucked, and all of them. The context of what dead nigga stories, all the shit he was doing. He said, I'm basically gonna get at you. Jackie Brown. Niggas like, well, what's wrong with Jackie Brown? You gotta look at the psychological impact of that. Pam Grier, in her movie career as the screen goddess, the black screen goddess she was, and just so I remember this, the god Ty from Kemet came through, cause niggas was saying she was the goddess Michelle Obama. I said, I'm gonna end this shit right now. Contact the Queen Ty. I contacted Queen Ty. She came through. I said, are you Michelle Obama? She said, nope. I said, that's your energy. Nope. She said, my energy was here in the 70s through Pam Grier. That was my afro, nigga. I said, oh, goddamn. That was obvious. So Queen Ty was Pam Grier. Y'all niggas need to know that if y'all gonna actually do something about that. So Queen Ty said that was her. So now in the 70s, Pam Grier, every movie she was in, she killed white people, got with her black man. She did it for her black man, or killed corruption or the mob, which was the evil niggas, and shot at evil police. And Jackie Brown turned the enemy energy around. She got with the white boy, or potentially got with the white boy. She helped out the dark nigga. The black man, she put him in jail, or was going to put him in jail, got him killed, had him set up, and friended up with the white person and helped the police. They totally turned the motherfucking energy around in Jackie Brown. Know that shit, nigga. That's what they doing. That's the psychological impact. And that's what Quentin Tarantino is conscious of. He's not a metaphysician, but he's getting right at your ass. So I'm suspect when he's doing Django. Why? So knowing his track record, and I'm sure I'm missing other shit. Oh, okay. He wrote True Romance, Quentin Tarantino. In True Romance, there's a big monologue where the nigga's talking about the Moors. And Christopher Watkins about to try to get some information out this nigga. The nigga know he's going to die. Dennis Hopper said to him, you know something? I read. He said, I read. He said, when I read something about the Moors. And he said, the Moors, they were black. No, niggas. They were niggas. And they came to Italy, Sicily, back in the days and blah, blah, blah. He said, before the Moors, before the niggas came, the Italians had blonde hair, blue eyes. He said, but the Moors did so much fucking. Blonde hair, blue eyes, turned to black hair, black eyes. So your great-great-great-grandmother fucked a nigga, and now you're here. Some shit like that. The nigga laughed and shot him. The Italian nigga said in Italian, why does Don such and such shoot this, shoot him? He said he called Don a nigga, and he killed him. He said, all right. So basically, he tried to shit on the Moorish thing just by even though that's no real, but most people would think it is, and that's what his intention, like he thinks it is, calling the Moor a nigga, which is actually still a compliment in a cult, but we're talking more practically. People don't understand that. So let me tell you, he's shitting on niggas. He's shitting on niggas for real. Now, where he stops at the metaphysics, he also wrote Natural Born Killer, one of his first scripts. And I read the original script to Natural Born Killer. And all it was a straight chunk of American white boy savagery. Some Easy Rider, kill him for pumpkin pie, no reason ass movie. And that's what it was supposed to be, badass. Just the same kind of way Reservoir Dogs was badass. It was just a story, a situation, and you're going to see some badass shit, nigga cutting off for air. They saying some, what they call cool shit. They're going to eat a burger and some fries. You know what I'm saying? Fuck her for your hoes, walk off in a nice fancy American car, and you're supposed to go, wow, these American badasses are so cool. That's all Quentin Tarantino was about, and really still is about. Until he starts stealing from cinema from across the seas. All right, so he gives the script to Oliver Stone. Oliver Stone rewrites the film. Totally rewrites it into what we see on the screen. Oliver Stone directed Natural Born Killer with all that camera work. And it now is an actual metaphysical movie. Mickey and Mallory represents yin and yang. That's why they were two snakes. I broke this down before. They go through each color, the color of the heart. When they get to the pineal, that was the camera. With Wayne, he was the throat chakra. That's why he was the talking piece. So that's why when he died, he said, oh. They were showing all this shit because he was the throat chakra crying to the pineal. Then they had that last message in the pineal gland, and then they went to escape. They were in the crown chakra. Also, a part of that pioneer was the warden. He represented the head when they was in the drugstore. They was green here, and they hit by snake bite juice. They needed snake bite juice, Kundalini energy. When they got married, that red seed that was intertwining was the root chakra. When they drowned her father, the father is chakra connected to water. And the horse, when he ran away on the horse, and they was in their car, it was yellow when they was traveling and all this shit, and they kept showing the sun in yellow, which was their intention and what they was trying to do when they got the hostage and so on and so forth. The snake rings with the marriage, they was straight Mickey and Mallory all the way through. You know what I'm saying? And or a Kundalini story. So Oliver Stone put this conscious shit in it, and it was a big war between the two. It fucked up my script. So when Quentin Tarantino said it in the movie, I don't do all of that. All I'm gonna do is shoot you straight to the pineal. All that goddess shit is gonna be over. So he's basically saying, the way I write, I'm not doing all that metaphysical bullshit. And I knew this is what he was saying because of his war with Oliver Stone. All right. So now we get up to Django. And I know I said this was going to be short, but I'm still talking my ass off. Now we get up to Django. And I'm going to go through the rest of this shit really quick because I don't want to break down these movies, just break down the intention and social programming. So now we get to Django. So it made me say, well, why would he write it? So after I watched it, before we get into what I seen, I said, well, what's his intention based upon me knowing his prior intentions? He ain't nigga friendly. Or he's just exploiting nigga. Sam Jackson even said it. He think he a nigga, so the shit he's doing, he thinks it's just another nigga doing it, so he can get away with it. The same way a nigga can say nigga, like I said nigga about 50 times, and it holds no meaning. But even Leonardo DiCaprio, they said when he was doing that scene at the table, when he was saying all these niggas, he had to pause and stop and was like, I don't know if I could do this. I just can't say all these niggas. Yet again, who came to the rescue? Sam Jackson. He told this nigga these words, look, what you doing ain't nothing for us. This is just another Tuesday. Go ahead with that shit. Go ahead, motherfucker. Gave him the go ahead to keep on saying nigga or whatever the fuck he was saying. Which is really true. We ain't really that hurt over it. You know what I'm saying? We only hurt in the context. So what's his intention? I said, oh my goodness, I get it. Quentin Tarantino's agenda is to show these niggas, all the niggas who's complaining, the movie that they should have done or should be doing, but can't motherfucking do. The same year, I look at what Spike Lee is doing, Red Hook Summer. I said, oh, Red Hook Summer was just another version of Do the Right Thing, which was even a terrible version of Do the Right Thing. In the terms of alchemy, now, it's not necessarily genius. There's also better movies we could be doing. Because I realize the white boy saved the Django and all that. But there's better movies we could be doing. But to a white mind, this would be the movie to do. Or a movie that they expect black people to do. A black person that's free and not inhibited or on the cutting edge, or said, let me show you something instead of doing the same routine bullshit that they're doing. So Spike Lee even moving into doing Books Over, which was his best movie, the one with them boys over in the war, which was based upon a book, which was his best movie. I can't remember. Saint Anna, which was his best movie, is still based upon a book. And for Spike Lee, who's supposed to be the premier black director, the one who sets the standards, Django is what he should be doing, or some Django-esque shit, showing the black man as the new version of Shaft, at least, because we already had our Shafts and our nigga Charlies, so it's not really like the cutting edge, but the mere fact how they took it back to Saint Anna and the Tyler Perry, then a Shaft would be the cutting edge in an era where niggas are wearing dresses, or a Django would. The only thing that didn't make this movie a so-called masterpiece is the fact that a white man has done it. So I said, I get it. Quentin Tarantino is really answering Spike Lee and all that criticism, and let me show you, nigga, what you can do and become more of a champion with your people than your motherfucking ass. Because I'm going to show a black man whipping a white man. Oh, every nigga's fantasy A black man taking a whip out of white man said, oh, she said, little Jody broke some eggs? Where he at with little Jody? She broke some eggs, huh? Went and took that whip, beat the shit out the nigga with the Bible verses on his chest. Shot that nigga, snatched the whip and told niggas, y'all gather around. I want y'all niggas to see this shit. Come on, he's showing you. Look, I understand the circumstance, the situation, and you could pick apart anything. You know, well, Django was just another slave. The white man came and freed him. Okay, you know, you got to make the story start somewhere. You know, they're not going to show you a movie where niggas say, no, fuck this shit. Kill that nigga. Because really, that you know that's not going to happen. So they had to start somewhere. But I thought it was still genius, his relationship with the white man. Because it showed in the beginning the white man is freeing him and he's the hand that's feeding him. But when that nigga went back to the South, that white man took a back seat to Django's lead, which was a big, we're talking psychological now. The psychological impact, Quentin knew exactly what he was doing. He wasn't only just making a movie in theory, because you usually see, even though this Django movie's out, you usually see the white boy running it. You still see white supremacy in it. What I didn't see was a clear, detailed, there were psychological things that went beyond, didn't go beyond white supremacy. Now, there was escape now. Here was the escape. And this is why white people remember I said earlier, I was going to tell you why white people accepted this movie and liked it just more. For two reasons. This is why white people merged with it. Because white people subconsciously feel that they know even the most dead and regular, not interfering white person that just goes to work every day and wants his dental benefits, he understands or feels that there is something boiling in the black person. They know we're oppressed and they're waiting for something to come out. They just don't know what it is. And subconsciously they're aware that these mechanisms have been controlled through Martian. So they understand when Trayvon Martin happens, that's why most of them are not racist in the classic sense. They're actually in fear, so racist things come out. Y'all need to just calm down. Y'all need to let the police do their work. Y'all need to let them investigate. Well, first we need to have a trial. So we hear these things, and we're like, them racist bats, they don't know what it is. But it's not so much just blatant racism, not to put it past them, but it's so fear, because what they're really saying is, please don't go crazy and stab anybody. Please don't start shooting people. Please just wait and see what happens and wait for the system to kind of give you a solution. Because I don't want you to come up with your own solution and just start strangling me in the street. That's what they're really saying. It's not just like, let's show you some racist shit. Y'all got to know. Y'all got to look at both sides of this coin to understand both sides of this polarity. So when they see a movie like Django and why they like it, because what they see on screen is a solution to what's boiling in us, but it's safe because they see it on screen. Another example of that is why rap took off. Was they put it on MTV, not because it was just MTV, not because we wasn't fucking with MTV. MTV was in every white home. So it became a safe way for white people to go just like this. Now I know everything that's going on in the ghetto and nobody's going to stab or kill me. So it's the same concept. They can look at Django and see all the white people we kill, but as long as we depict those white people as evil and out of place, good money. Because they know they ain't going to do what any of those white people did. So as long as black people don't see them as that, they're safe. That's why Django could go buck wild, stabbing and shooting and whipping, because ain't no white people going to be in the street with Bible verses on his chest whipping no black girl. So they won't get shot. But even though the things they do on the job amount to that to us, they're not holistic enough to make that connection. The other thing which made it safe for them was the grand thing they give you, a template for the good white man, which was the German dude. This German dude was such a good white man and died so dramatically where you damn near wanted to cry as well in the movie, that it puts safely in white people's minds and certain black people who's trying to get along mind that there exists, even in that time, a template for somebody who's good. Because technically, I think every single white person during slavery was bad. That's how I grew up. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not making that claim. That's just what I thought. There was not one fucking good white person. But you always hear in these slave movies the abolitionists, and when we get to 12 Years a Slave, what do you think Brad Pitt was playing? That one good white guy that hope is in them. So when you see today, most white guys who act like Brad Pitt or act in some sort of way like the German dude, you can say they're that dude. You identify the white person on your job with that dude that helped Django, or the dude that helped whatever that fucking monkey's name in 12 Years a Slave was. So as long as that scapegoat, or you can't really call him a scapegoat, as long as that template, as long as that cushion is there, then they'll do whatever, because as long as they make the characters so unrealistically like the whites that walk today, even though they benefit from it, and that was told to you in the Willie Lynch, they can get this done. So that's what makes white people safe with it, because there's a lovable white character that's just good, pure of heart in there as well, even though everybody else is a savage. Now, the psychological impact what Quentin Tarantino did, and like I said, I still believe it was to throw in the face of Spike Lee and any other director sitting around fucking around making Madea Goes to Christmas and all the rest of that dumb shit. He was showing, look, if y'all niggas want to be real directors, as you say, let me show you what you should be doing, not just for your people, for the idea, because the idea of that movie, what nigga, I don't give a fuck, what don't want to see just vengeance, nigga. I was just sitting there, ooh, wait, I didn't give a fuck that the white man rescued Django in the beginning, which we know what that's all about. But I'm sitting there going, fuck that shit. Once you got a stick in your hand, fuck it, it's on. You know what I'm saying? And once it's on, it's on. Because really, that's what all of us, these dead mind control niggas need. Something to set it off. I thought that's what we were doing. We were trying to rescue them so they become Django's. So I thought that was the actual process as conscious. Even as conscious people, I'm sitting here talking for 3 hours and 31 minutes about some shit. So somebody walking symbolically in their chains, I can say, what's your name, son? Django? Do you know the Root Brothers? Well, let's go. Could you point them out? Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? So given the gun, you see Django's, and they showed that he wasn't, even though he was in slavery, what they did show, because the very dudes that was transporting him, when the horse fell on him, Django went over there, took his motherfucking coat, stepped on that horse to make him feel pain. See, what that tells me, or Quentin Tarantino was saying, that even though these niggas are like that, and they are slaves, they're not of the slave mind. Or Django is not of the slave mind, which he made which he showed in the nigga Sam Jackson. He's not of that mind, or no way in that mind, which made a good point, even though the white person is there rescuing, and the white person wasn't rescuing him straight out. The white person made it clear that he needed Django's help, and he was willing to treat Django fairly for his help. And we need to understand the context of how we were here as captured under the gun, is why anybody would be walking chain anything now. Because the question becomes, as free and conscious and God body as you are now, if white people started busting up in every ghetto, putting you in chains, what would you do? Because, we like to say, oh, I'm shooting a mother. I ain't picking that shit. I'm shooting a motherfucker in the face. But I'm sure niggas of old were the same kind of niggas. So something must have, technically something spiritually, where we were supposed to go through it one hand or something, but the physical manifestation must have happened on the level where somebody got convinced. Where this shit, so I don't think you niggas are less convinced now. You just been given the illusion of freedom because you can pick whatever fucking ice cream you like at the store. But that's the illusion of freedom. Let them turn off your gas bill. You'll be eating motherfucking niggas will be eating each other in a week without these white people. You don't know how to survive without them anymore. So if they tell you they're going to lock you up, I don't know if too many motherfuckers are shooting you in the face. Because really, the cops are doing it to you right now. The overseers. They're doing it to you right now. All right? Nobody's doing nothing. All right, so let me just move on. So that's why Quentin Tarantino's intention, I believe, to show these niggas up. And sure enough, when he released the movie, Spike Lee went in on him. Oh, my ancestors would never let me do this. And no. It was so bad that even Eric Michael Dyson, the greatest waste of skin on planet Earth, in the family of Maya Angelou, Waste the Skin Level, said, I think Spike Lee should have reevaluated that shit before he made that statement. Reevaluated that statement or seen the movie before he made that statement. I think he should have. Because even them niggas had to co-sign because there's a certain thrill. You can get, like I said, you can pick anything apart, but there's still a certain thrill you're going to get to see that slave, and it's good to see him in chains. And it's good to see him oppressed, to see him go all the way to the end where that nigga rides off in the sunset with his wife, with his queen that he rescued. Come on, man. You can pick and choose the shit that's bad, but come on, you ain't seeing movies like that from niggas. You seeing Red Hook Brooklyn. Go and watch that bullshit. Red Hook Brooklyn, when I watched it, I said, I see what Spike Lee psychologically is doing, which is weak, because he's also arguing with Quentin Tarantino, which is justified. And Spike Lee's argument is basically like, come on, nigga, we got a black president. We still black people. Are we still entertained by this dumb shit? What Spike Lee was actually not doing was going at, he made it seem like he was going at Tyler Perry, but he was really going at his audience, which he didn't want to go directly at because they're still his audience, black people. But he basically saying, you dumb niggas, which is no honor, but let's pretend it is for him. We have a black president. Are you still entertained by this? He's basically saying, you niggas need to stop being entertained by this dumb shit. Mother Medea goes to jail and all that silly shit. Be more sophisticated. We have a black president. So he was really going, but he made it seem like he was going at Tyler Perry. But that doesn't matter because he went at Tyler Perry directly. So Tyler Perry actually did something in one of the movies that I happen to be looking through, like Daddy's Girls or one of them, or one in that era. He went past this pizza restaurant that was set up like Sal's Pizza from Do the Right Thing. And the name of it was called Top Notch Pizza. So when I seen it, and immediately, like I said, I have the mind where I could see their psychological intentions in the movie. Take the class, you will have it too. That's the key. Because your spirit is always talking to you. You're always decoding. So when I seen it, I said, oh, he's making a play on Sal's Pizza, and he's saying to Spike Lee, Top Notch Pizza. Spike Lee did a psychological attack in the movie Red Hook Brooklyn. The movie Red Hook Brooklyn is another movie where they got this artist. You hear that music, black people drawing and black people walking to the store with their grocery bags. Red Hook, I'm black, and then black person looking to the side. I am deep because I am Negroid and my features are Negroid. Looking into nowhere. So one of those movies, another Spike Lee joint, and in the movie, in the ghetto, Red Hook, two people he was going with. This was psychological. There was a guy in the early 80s when Spike Lee first did School Days, and the first one he did, She's Gotta Have It. There was this phenomenon now, black directors are coming back, because nothing was really cracking sex the 70s, the 80s, it was regulated down to Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, then Eddie Murphy movies. So Eddie Murphy was the only nigga. So all the black people went to an Eddie Murphy movie. No black directors was really doing any movies. So Spike Lee's the first to emerge with our new mentality. Then the Hudlin brothers and the Hugh brothers, and I'm missing a few, Keenan Ivory Wayans and Robert Townsend in them. So Spike Lee's the first, and there was a lot of press, new black directors doing it their way. Spike Lee was that guy. Then there was this independent movie that rode on the coattails of this hype. It was called Straight Outta Brooklyn. Terrible movie. Classically terrible. A guy named Matty Rich did it. He was just a regular hood nigga that just had a camera. Terrible movie. Pointless shit. Couple of stars came out of this terrible movie. Movie was so bad, when we had the movie, this is when I was working for Marley Marl. It was me, the Lords of the Underground, Moni Love, a couple of other execs, my man Derek L.A., and all we did was watch Straight Outta Brooklyn and laugh and do the lines. Matty Rich, my name's Larry Love. He used to kick it to the girls like, come on, baby, I got this radiator in the house. So it was extremely funny. All we did was run lines. To this day, I could get with Do It All and we'll run lines from Straight Outta Brooklyn. This is Larry Love, nigga. So, very terrible movie. Very corny. Made no sense. The nigga was dancing to this beat. Doom, doom, doom. Like his pops said, this is that shit I'm gonna be freaking. Like they was doing dumb shit. He's in Brooklyn. He's looking at Manhattan. One day, girl, we gonna get to that. We gonna get to that city. We gonna go there and we gonna be like. I'm like, nigga, it costs $1.50 on the train to go to Manhattan. It's a dumb fucking movie. But it rode on the coattails of Spike Lee, and everybody was talking about Matty Rich, Matty Rich, Matty Rich. When they gave Matty Rich a budget, the next movie he did, it was that movie, and after it was so bad, that was the end of Matty Rich. It was the one with Lorenz Tate, Jada Pinkett, Mars Chestnut. What's that chick that was the wife in Baby Boy? And she got, she played Shireen or one of them in House Party. But it was like they all went to this beach. What's my man from Cooley High was in it. Brother from Another Planet was in it. Joe Morton was in it. And the girl who did Whatever You Like, she was in it. I'll never remember the name, but it was terrible. Mars Chestnut played the heavy in it. He was cheating on his girl, and basically the story was Lorenz Tate. It was a coming of age movie. He got some pussy. Jada Pinkett was making him do shit. Matty Rich did it. Failed. So Matty Rich was getting at Spike Lee hard. Like, yeah, it's about this, it's about that. And Spike Lee's mad. Spike Lee spent all them years in fucking Spelman or Morgan, the other nigga one, studying, and then went to LIU film school. So he's fresh out of film school, and this nigga just got a camera in the hood. So he's mad at the hype. Spike Lee subtly going at him. So after the first movie, they put Matty Rich in NYU. Spike Lee helped him get in there. This nigga went aping it. Fuck that. Like after a week, he quit or whatever it was. Fuck that. I don't need all of that. I know how to do this. Arrogant. Of course he didn't. Did the second movie, it was over. Spike Lee basically spoke on it. You know what I'm saying? See, I told you this is about an education. You can't do, shit all over the dude, which don't matter. Who cares? But so when I seen he did Red Hook, Brooklyn, which is where Matty Rich lived and did his whole entire movie, put Red Hook on the map at the time. See, Spike Lee's Brooklyn man. Spike Lee's only mimicking doing all his movies in Brooklyn the way, which is one of his idols, he said, was Woody Allen, who does all his movies in New York. That's what Woody Allen is basically known for. And so Spike Lee is supposed to be known for doing his movies in Brooklyn. Martin Scorsese does a lot of his movies in New York City, Manhattan. And so Spike Lee says those are his idols. And he's trying to put Brooklyn on that map. So if you go Crooklyn and Clockers, all that shit is out in Brooklyn because Spike Lee's trying to get Brooklyn on the map. So him choosing Red Hook, which this is a project, it ain't really nothing special, was him actually going at Matty Rich, saying, finally doing that, and him going at Tyler Perry, i.e. the theme of the movie. Because while we're focused on Tyler Perry in that dress, one of the things that's escaping us. See, if I talk to any conscious person and say, well, what about Tyler Perry? What would they say? What's the first thing they'll say? Oh, that nigga in the dress, feminizing the black image and the black man. But everybody forgets the subtle thing. In every single movie, he is stone hard cold, showing you psychologically black people and their attachment to religion. All right, nobody's saying that. In every Tyler Perry movie, the background theme, and this is why it is, he doesn't do it like it's an option or it's an option within us. He does it in the way where it is our absolute positive law. And anybody outside of that is outside of a true reality. So he speaks in terms of his filming as religion, Christianity is a given for the masses of black folks. And we had never had nothing else, never should deal with nothing else. And never been about nothing else, and nothing else really exists. That's his approach as he does his movie. We get distracted with all the fluff of the dress. which is still foul. But we're forgetting that point, that psychological point. Spike Lee didn't. In the movie Red Hook Brooklyn, what he does is bring religious in the background, this preacher, and shows that this preacher was molesting a kid. So psychologically, and he also brought back his character Mookie. Mookie was older, still delivering pizzas. He did a couple of cameos, but he had the Muslim shit on. I said, oh, he's going at Tyler Perry in this religious thing because, number one, to show the Muslim dude is to say we're more complex than the Christianity Tyler Perry has been promoting as something as a black standard. And then he's showing this Christianity has holes in it. Because if you were to look at Tyler Perry, this Christianity is perfection and the only thing that will save us. Oh, Lord Jesus, mother, don't let me get on with Jordan. You know I'm a Christian and all that. And it makes it humor, but it is the background theme in all of his movies. All right? So Spike Lee was going at him when he was shitting on Christianity. So now, on one level, I get it. But on another level, that's just some low-level psychological, egotistical shit when you should be going higher, which is, I think, the statement Quentin Tarantino was making with Django. Now, a lot of the things, and I keep saying I'm going to move on. A lot of the things that Quentin Tarantino did spoke to the psyche, which you don't see in movies, or you don't outwardly see in movies, or they don't make a point in our movies. Every single movie, every single story, script writing is based upon mythology. The science of mythology, the first stories here, has certain elements that are the template for every single story that could possibly come into existence. The hero, the bad guy, 3 acts, all of those things that have been logically laid out if you were to read a book on how to write scripts that you must do and must have, and that's the format. Those come straight out of mythology. Mythology has all those elements, therefore every script must have a bad guy or a situation that amounts to the bad guy. Must have a love interest, something that inspires the guy. Must be 3 acts, beginning, middle, and end. They must establish who they are, must create a problem, must solve the problem. 3 acts, it always goes. So, to make it short, in our stereotypical movies, what they're doing is creating, in most mythologies, if not all, have a hero. So, what they have to do psychologically for them, on the other side of the movie game, is make themselves the hero, make their woman the ultimate in the feminine inspiration. Simple shit. And as far as black people go, they always have to become the assistant to the hero. The sidekick, the helper, the Sam Jackson in Die Hard 3 or 4, whichever ones it was, he's the ultimate helper. Sassy, comic relief, you couldn't get enough of Sam Jackson, but primarily he's helping the hero. What's help? Help is nothing more than a slave. They're still showing you slavery while they're showing themselves as the hero in the mythology. So, in this movie, they clearly point out a mythology, German mythology, Siegfried and Hilda. Video games, you'll still see Siegfried. And there was a couple of sword games where Siegfried comes up as the hero. But Siegfried and Hilda. And so just by him straight out connecting him to Siegfried and Hilda and him about to rescue her, powerful within itself. And I'm trying to go fast. And you guys could do something there. Now, do your own thinking on there. I'm not going to keep elaborating on this. I've elaborated enough. Something you never see, these Australians, Django outsmarting them. You're rarely going to see black people outsmart them. And he, because and they took it to a level. This was all psychological. When you see when Sam Jackson was giving that monologue about where he's going to such and such mining company, he said, "You talk, they cut out your tongue, and this you will." He said, "For the rest of your motherfucking days, you're gonna take big rocks and break them shits into little itty bitty rocks." Now, when you hear something like that, based upon your training about slavery and whatever it was, oh, you just knew there was no out for this. So him showing him get out says another thing. And just to know, dynamite wasn't even invented back then. You know, when he's using dynamite, so making shit up. So him out smarting these Australians in the way he did, you don't see that in movies rarely, and when you do, it gets ostracized. Case in point, you did see it in the movie, and it looked odd in Harlem Nights, because in the end, them niggas fooled those mob guys, and they blew up in the end. And after that movie, the whole entire mass media came down on Eddie Murphy. Oh, your movies fell off. Your movies ain't making no money. You ain't. We thought you were gonna be great, but you failed, nigga. And they shit on Coming to America and Harlem Nights. Eddie Murphy got on. Oh no, I gained a little weight, but that's all right. I'll be back. Sure enough, another 48 hours. He's back to Watermelon, Beverly Hills Cop, Sidekick, buddy movies, sidekicks, and or this lonely desperado, always joking nigga, no wife, no kids, no potential. Axel Foley, he became that shit and back to normal again. So you did see, and they came down on him because he fooled a bunch of white people. This nigga outsmarted white people in Harlem Nights. So this nigga outsmarted these Australians. So that's a rare thing you see. So Tarantino is showing niggas systematically through this movie every motherfucking thing niggas can't do. Even when the white boy called Hilda into the room, the reverence that he had for, you never seen a white man doing that shit for real in the movie, even though they really do it in real life. But just the honor of meeting her, they showed that in his face. Now understand this: Quentin Tarantino said, you had her getting pulled out the hole, the dog scene, and all of that. He said this shit originally in the original cut was much more violent. He said he had much more violent shit than he himself said. Forget what people told him. He himself said, I will traumatize this audience. What he's really saying when he made this statement was like, this may be too much for black people. You know what I'm saying? Showing them this shit. But his intention, I'm sure, was to take you all the way down this road and hope the impact of Django overcoming justifies all of this behavior. But he toned down the violence to still justify Django making it through. But you still seen some hard shit. And, a lot of shit you didn't see. In fact, if you remember when he busted in and said, D'Artagnan, motherfuckers, to get vengeance on them overseers, they were playing poker. He said they were actually playing poker with black people's ears. But you didn't see that in the movie. So a lot of shit was going on that they did cut out. So him outsmarting white people was a big deal. Also, this was a powerful scene. The scene with the regulators. The regulators were the dudes in the mask. Classically, and even niggas to this day would be offended if they seen a dude in a mask. Of course, we know why. Symbols. I told you it's a symbol. Because technically, like Rothman is nothing but a goat, a dude in a white mask is nothing but a dude in a white sheet. A fucking idiot in a white sheet. If he was standing there and said, nigga, you probably just punch him in the face. He's standing in a white sheet, be like, I can't believe you did this to my soul. I'm like, because it's the symbol. So he took that symbol of the white hoods and made them niggas. It's the funniest scenes in the movie. It's the funniest scene in the movie. He demystified or took away the power by doing that. That's what niggas supposed to do. That's how you fight the Ku Klux Klan. Stop marching, niggas. If you niggas got the camera, the most powerful medium in the world to set examples, what Quentin Tarantino did, what you niggas did not do. He made these fucking Night Riders. They were actually called the Regulators at that time. Listen closely to this. The Regulators' nickname was also called, hold on, I have it written down somewhere. Oh, okay, 1 second. Okay, the Regulators were called Parry Rulers. and its parry rulers were slang for patrolmen. So the Regulators eventually became KKK. This was before the KKK. They were called the Regulators, and they were used to control and catch runaway niggas. And they were also called parry rulers or patrolmen. They were patrolling for runaway niggas. So now, what do we call police? Patrolmen. Y'all niggas need to catch what this shit is. Catch what this shit is. So he made the Regulators look so stupid with them masks on. That was another way of them outsmarting or demystifying this symbol of fear. Unlike Spike Lee, when they showed in Malcolm X, the Night Riders burning down Malcolm X's house, I'm a man, his father's house. Even though you know what he's saying and it's true to the book, with all the symbols that he shows, you still walk away like they have power. That's the feeling you get. And that's what I said when I seen Django. When I watched it, I don't get the feeling that even though you've seen slavery, you've seen the foolish white people for what the fool they were, you felt the strength that you're trying to harness now to get under the thumb of oppression or whatever it is, you felt that strength stronger. As opposed to when you watch Spike Lee, no matter what he's saying, you start hearing them fucking violins. Oh, do you know what they did to us? Do you know what this beast has done to the black man? Dum, and your woman, dum dum, pregnant with the baby, dum dum. I need this check, sirs. I got to go, dum dum. Oh, Malcolm X. You still walk away going, damn, that shit is depressing. I feel scared. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like Malcolm X was Malcolm X. I feel like I'm waiting for this nigga to die. When I watched that movie as a young, well, it was still 87. I was almost 20. I watched that movie. I'm sitting there like this through the whole movie. No matter how good, how bad this gets, I know how it ends. He's going to die, and I'm about to witness this death over and over again. Psychologically, it's like the Malcolm X death that I never was there for and didn't witness. So everything they showed me was his power. Now I can connect his death because this nigga showed it in such detail. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You can make the argument you can't avoid it if you're doing Malcolm X's story. But what other story did you did that showed me a nigga that walked off in the sunset like Django? That's the shit I want to see. You know what I'm saying? I know Malcolm X can't do it. But create a nigga. Create a Django to do it. You ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the statement Quentin Tarantino's making. I remember specifically in the movie, an older lady was in front of me. When they shot Malcolm X, she started talking out loud to herself like she remembered the shit. She's like, oh, and they killed him. They did it again. I'm sitting there like, what the fuck? I understand now, and I could understand why she was sad and upset. She was like, oh, no, they killed Malcolm again. Why? Why'd they do it? This Candyland, nigga. And I'm sitting there like, doing too much. But then now I think about it, she probably was there and seeing the shit happen. You know what I'm saying? Recreating it. So they think they're recreating something deep and touching. They're only recreating and reflecting their trauma. That's why you talking to a traumatized nigga that's supposed to be in charge of your freedom with this Do the Right Thing. Do the Right Thing is a sad, scary movie. I was scared after I watched that. All the shit they going to be doing and could be doing and might be doing. And then what do? Choke the fucking shit out of Radio Raheem. I only heard about this shit. When I seen that shit, I was like, I'm watching them do it. You are traumatizing me just as much as these fucking news stories are. Radio, and your niggas sitting there, oh, they killing them. They killing them. Go fight. What happened? Go stab the white man. Go stop him. Go put your hands on the motherfucking baton and unwrap it around Radio Raheem's neck. I was like, oh man, if at least you in a movie, show me, make it up in a movie. Start going choking cops. 2 cops sitting there, yeah, choking them out. Wait, bugging out. You're gonna kill him. You're gonna kill him. Put some pictures on the wall. And that other nigga, oh, Malcolm and Mookie, you're talking him. I was like, shut the fucking stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? Stupid shit. That's why this white boy came and said, well, okay, here's some Django for you. Let me, not because it's the most perfect movie, but how about you niggas, let me give you niggas direction. You get what I'm saying? And then we're going to see how they fail with 12 Years a Slave. All right, so he defunct him in that powerful, powerful scene. Did you know Will Smith was supposed to play Django? His publicist, manager said, "Oh my God, do it, nigga. Life changing." Will Smith said, "No, I'm in the Wild Wild West." Stupid ass nigga. Or that other, he must have did that M. Night Shyamalan at the time. All that corny shit he doing right now. He always was corny, but now it's being manifested he's corny. I always thought he was fucking semi-corny. You know what I'm saying? That's the way you drive. Shut the fuck up. And I hate that scene. Niggas be putting that shit on Facebook when he was crying on Uncle Phil about goddamn, "That's my father!" Like, shut the fuck up, nigga. Phil been taking care of your ass crying and you in Bel Air, nigga. I've been in Bel Air crying, "Fuck my father, I'm in Bel Air, fuck that nigga." You know what I'm saying? Nigga ain't doing shit for me. I had to beg my father for Adidas. Fuck that nigga. Uncle Phil, what you got going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, so, alright. Spike Lee said some shit. I don't know how the ancestors, man, the fucking ancestors had to hijack this white boy for the shit that fucking happened. If you know anything, your fucking ego, you would take control of it. Leonardo DiCaprio, though, was getting fucked up by the spirits playing that role. Jamie Foxx was taking over. Nigga said there was a fight scene. I don't know if a fight scene ever made it in the thing between Jamie Foxx and Leonardo DiCaprio. Jamie Foxx said, "I don't know what came over me." He said he beat the shit out of Leonardo DiCaprio on some Django shit. Leonardo DiCaprio said he was getting kind of fucked up playing that role, Calvin Candy. Remember the scene where he's showing the head piece, making that statement, and he bangs his hand, and there's blood on his hand? That's real blood. He really cut his hand during that scene and kept going. So when he's wiping the blood and you see that blood going down his hand, that's real. That really happened. And when that happens, as an occultist, we know this. When the spirits are calling for blood and they ask for blood and that happens, that's something spiritual. So you have to go back and see what he was saying. Something was violated or something needed to be ashayed. And I think he was saying some degrading shit, which was, he was saying that 3 heads in the bump shit, which is an absolute lie. Because then people was asking me as a conscious person, is that true? Even, like, you can study it and they say, even white doctors say that's considered quackery. So I guess that was a statement white people was trying to make to justify slavery, but not based in nothing in reality, if not just made up by Quentin Tarantino. So that has been disproved because people have asked. So I guess that lie must have offended some spirits, and they took that blood from his ass, or they needed that blood, so they didn't take nothing from his ass. So you better pay up a little bit if you're gonna say this role player. All right, so Will Smith turned it down. Okay. Quentin Tarantino is known for this, but I want you to understand. This is how I know this shit is psychological. He goes to Comic-Con. Comic-Con, they have every year. That's where all the comic book nerds go. It is big, if not bigger at this point. I don't know if it's bigger than Trekkies. Everybody know what Trekkies are. Niggas dress up, talk Klingon and shit. Knock, this Candyland, nigga. And Comic-Con is the same kind of nerd convention, if you will, one of the biggest. And now they're making it even bigger. Now that there are more Marvel movies coming out, Comic-Con is now bigger than ever. There's Avengers, and every fucking Avenger had a movie. You get the point. So when you promote at Comic-Con, you that man. Quentin Tarantino went to promote at Comic-Con. He said that the actor's name, what's her name? Hildegard. Her real name is Hildegard von Schaft. Hildegard von Schaft. At Comic-Con, Quentin Tarantino said, because she is the great-great-great-grandmother of John Shaft. Do y'all know how genius that is? Now the nigga took Shaft, which is basically another Django. You get what I'm saying? Which is basically another Django. And psychologically put out there for hype that Hilda Von Shaft is the great-great-grandmother of Shaft. So everything you know and psychologically developed about Shaft, you now connected to Django. You now connected to Django. So now that you connect this to Django, psychologically you're connecting holistic things. This nigga is taking the essence of Shaft, because John Shaft at the time was cutting edge in the Django of his day, if you will. Really, but not really. But let's even take, because too much sleeping with white women and all that crap. But for his time, let's just say he's a Django of that time, or a renegade to the system at that time. So to make the connection there, something that's already embedded in the psyche, is fucking magical. But more importantly for our lecture and our conversation here, it shows that he is thinking psychologically. I'm not just making this up. He is thinking in this context. Cuba Gooding Jr. wanted the role of Django. Quentin Tarantino said, fuck no. You get no money. And like I said, there was a rougher version. The name Django has a meaning. It comes from something called Romani, which are gypsies. And it means, I awake. Oh, what? Listen to that. The name Django means I awake. The movie means I awake unchained. I awake unchained. Quentin Tarantino was telling your funky, dumb, lazy, black, no account, other asses that psychologically, when you awake, you'll be unchained. I awake unchained. The problem is the white boy don't know how to truly awake you. You know what I'm saying? The white boy don't know how to truly awake you. But the mundane version of awake is the Django, which he's saying, I awake unchained. Y'all niggas need to hear this shit. See what's really going on with this shit. Like I said and pointed out in the beginning, they put out movies to see where the consciousness is, so Django could get a go ahead, because they put out a movie to see where the consciousness is. But what must they do after they put out the movie to see the consciousness? Remember I said they put out the Matrix, then they give you 2 Matrix to shut you down. So wait a minute. If they put out the Django to see where the consciousness, like the Matrix is, to see where we stand, what we'll say, what our debates will be, then they had to put out 2 movies, just like Matrix 2 and 3, to shut down the Django. Well, what was that? Oh, 12 Years a Slave, The Butler. Are y'all getting this shit now? Are y'all seeing the system here now? 12 Years a Slave and The Butler was to shut down Django. Oh, holla glory. Chick's head this. This Candyland, nigga. Remember when Sam Jackson was getting shot in the end, he's about to kiss. Nigga, you ain't going nowhere, motherfucker. This Candyland, nigga. Look around, yo. This Candyland, nigga. This Candyland, nigga. Let me say this. The Butler cost $25 million to make $177 million. 12 Years a Slave cost $20 million to make, made $188 million. Mandela, $35 million, made $27 million. Mandela lost money. Black Nativity, 17.5, only made $7 million. Double check those figures. The Django cost $100 million to make, made $425.4 million. I Awake Unchained made that money. Get what I'm saying? So really, when it's all said and done, that's what motherfuckers want to see. That's psychological. But see, they know that. That's why The Matrix made so much fucking money. Because those are the movies that speak directly to the psyche. They're not getting green lit though. You know what I'm saying? All them other movies are actually really routine. They're not killers. The killers, they know what the killers are. They know what the killers are. They know Matrix and Django. But they know if they open that up, they got to close that wound. So they opened you up with Django. And I'm sure, like I said, you picked 10 things that was all fucked up about Django. Nah, that wasn't real, and that wouldn't have happened. Niggas didn't say that. Who gives a shit? We going with the intention. So they had to close it down. Next, and I'm going through these quick. Why I'm talking about this so late is because that poor black trash, the butler, and that poor black trash, 12 Years a Slave, will never make it in this crib. How Spike Lee said about Django, the ancestors won't allow it. So I'm saying the same thing. The ancestors won't allow it. So that will never be on the DVD here. I watched it free on HBO. And I'm not going to go through all of these. I'm not going to bore you with this shit. But what I will say is 12 Years a Slave certainly did. It set up a psychological attack like no other. They did everything in this motherfucker. Rape, beat, molest, degrade. I mean, I'm like, why are they fucking showing this? I will say this to my UK friends, and I'm not going to go hard on you guys. The UK people are conscious, getting conscious on different levels and advanced, but there's a different mentality that they have that I noticed early on. And I had some UK friends that I even had to ask, what the fuck is going on? So early in the MySpace days, mind you, MySpace, since MySpace was connections, now for the first time in an easy free forum, UK blacks can connect with Negroes in the US. There was really nothing for this to be easy and no money. Now you could, so we want to know about them, they want to know about us. Really, they want to know more about us because more about us is sold to them in mass media, rap music and so on and such, and movies. Now, like, they got pantheons of movies. In fact, the dude, 12 Years a Slave, Steve McQueen, got a whole fucking career of movies. We never heard of them over here, but they're all in the UK. So UK has a whole pantheon of shit that never makes it here. In fact, the star of it, Chitwell Etwar, whatever his fuck his name is, he's the star over there before he came over here. He did a movie over there. The first movie to make it over here was a movie called Kinky Boots. Yes, that nigga dressed up in a dress. He was in drag, and that's why he got famous. The big thing he did over here was Serenity, which he was phenomenal in. And to see him in 12 Years a Slave from what he played in Serenity is fucking, it's a crime, a real crime. So this Steve McQueen, the mere fact this motherfucking name is Steve McQueen is fucking odd. So I'm like, when I seen him, I'm like, Steve McQueen did this shit? Yeah, ain't Steve McQueen making lemonade or some kind of shit now? And I said, oh, it's a nigga named Steve McQueen. I would have just changed my name on the strength of that fat fucking 12-year bastard. The book actually was done in the movie before. It was done by, what's my man? Avery Brooks. Avery Brooks played the 12-year slave, and it was 80 years. It was not bad, but it was in the vein of Roots and Queen. It was that impact of what they showed in slavery, and it's basically that same story. Psychologically, what they're saying, and they did it with Amistad. With Amistad, you've seen a whole movie about these dudes working for their freedom, and then they get their freedom, and you walk away with this victory of justice. But no one ever spoke like every single black person in America has been kidnapped, not just these particular niggers. So you walk away like, you still, it's that thing I said to you that they do. They show you good white people, so they show all these good white people fighting for the rights of their freedom, and you walk away going, yeah, them white people, there was some white people that was on this shit. They was just arguing it. Some white people did that, but the other white, there was a whole abolitionists and all of this shit doing all this shit, and they granted them people their freedom in the end, and they got on the Amistad and took their ass back to fucking Zimbabwe. Oh, this was a heartwarming fucking movie. Debbie Allen begged Steven Spielberg to do this fucking movie. But really, you did like so they're having this argument of what's law and what's just in taking these people. None of this shit is just. They kidnapped black people against their will, all of them, and stole them. And well, now I'm finding out niggas was already here. It wasn't even they hijacked us and they didn't even have all that prowess over the ocean to bring us like they pretend to. It was a lot of niggas already here. So all they did was land this motherfucker, kill us with smallpox, and got into their vicious ways. And half of that middle passage, and I know people get upset when you say that, but like I said, I found this in Moorish information, and they make a good point. Well, where are all these slave ships? Because if they like to talk about their prowess and their victories, you never hear them talking about, well, here's the museums of slave ships. I want you niggas to see how we did this. They love showing you that, you know what I'm saying? But they don't show you this shit in scores. They just show you They just show you. I've never seen one. Let's just keep it there. So, because I'm gonna go through this fast. I'm gonna start ending this off. That dude Chitwell Ejor, the main star, he said no to this bullshit. But Steve McQueen said this is the role of a lifetime. For what? You know what I'm saying? And the black girl that they started raising up, it's easy to raise her up. See, they're raising her up as she's this new beauty, but of course the black people, she's not this new beauty. So that means they could only be showing this to white people, her as this new beauty, and that's the standard of beauty. But psychologically, what they did was connected to slavery. Understand how the mind works. The subconscious mind is not like the conscious mind. The subconscious mind, once you do it, it is done. It is there, and unless you do work or some work happens to undo it. So take, for instance, Wesley Snipes in a dress. He wears this dress in the movie, then he's in Blade. So the conscious mind says, well, that was just that movie. He was goofing off. Ain't no big thing. He got $1 million for it, and he moved on. Who knows? Because he's doing Blade now. Look at this nigga. He's with the black woman. But now, let's think of real life. Let's say you was in high school and you met a nigga named Obama. Obama. And this nigga Obama used to wear dresses all the time. Pantyhose and leggings. And then you moved on in your life. You forgot all about it. Then in 2004, you look on the TV and you go, that's that nigga that was in college with me, Obama. So Obama goes on to be the president, and he cures all Africa. He frees every black person, gets reparations, $1 million. And there's no more hunger. There's niggas got everything, police force, and all this shit is cured. No matter what he's done, you will still say, but that nigga had on high heels. But, well, he got everybody $1 million. But that nigga used to wear these fishnet stockings. Why? Because reality, that's the story you will always tell no matter what he does. That he wore that because that's how you see reality. Now, your subconscious mind sees it the same way. Wesley Snipes playing Blade. He's a badass motherfucker, scientist, dark day walker, melanated god. But your subconscious mind said, but that nigga played Noxzema in the goddamn dress movie to Daisy with Love or whatever the fuck he was in. So your subconscious mind sees it holistically. Movie industry recognizes that and understands that. That's why at least in one movie they got to exploit a nigga. Because number one, holistically, collectively, us wearing dresses, us being degraded, collectively, almost no matter what they do moving forward in the future, as the hero, as the ultimate, even though as a separate movie, it's badass, but it's still, you still remember this nigga as Kinky Boots. So once I thought this, I'd never seen this Chitwell Ejor dude because he was a European actor. He did this movie, Serenity, where he was the ultimate. He still got fucked up in the end, but his role throughout, I'll take what I can get. His role throughout was very Osirian. You know what I'm saying? Let's just call it that. And I just was interested in everything this nigga had to do. Then on cable, they started going into his old shit and showed the movie called Kinky Boots. Had some motherfuckers make him some kinky boots. So this nigga Kinky Boots is in 12 Years a Slave right now. Fucking, now all I see this nigga is Kinky Boots. Fuck him. Fuck you, Kinky Boots. So even Bobby watched Kinky Boots and said, I ain't gonna lie. I'm trying to make the best of this. He said Kinky Boots was definitely still dominating these niggas, even in a goddamn dress. I'm like, no, Bob, you ain't gonna do that one to me today. Fuck Kinky Boots. I don't want to see no more Kinky. I couldn't watch no more. Every time I thought this nigga was promising, but he's goddamn Kinky Boots. Fucking faggot ass niggas. So Kinky Boots said no. Steve McQueen told him it's the role of a lifetime. Kinky Boots was it. Brad Pitt, Mr. I Say Black People from Africa, and I'm down with black people. Fuck Robin Givens. He ain't no different. He's still in the system. His company produced 12 Years a Slave. And he also did that appearance. Who was he? He was the good white guy. Remember, there's always got to be a good white guy for no matter how much savagery these white people do. There's always got to be a good white guy to give you a hope of a difference. Black people use them as a scapegoat. Yeah, that's why I can still be friends with Bill on my job. And white people say, yeah, that's who I am. I'm not that guy. I'm this person. So that's the scapegoat for when they show white people as doing their true self. Not as savage behavior, their true self. All right. Okay, the song that dude was singing, the white boy, run nigga run, run nigga run. It was just mindless, insane shit. I know that wasn't in the book. He got the slaves, the white dude just broke out in the song. He said, y'all what? Then he started singing, go ahead, nigga. Run, nigga gonna get you. Run, nigga, run. Party gonna get you. Party. Then he says something about the party rollers. But I told you the party rollers was slang for patrolmen. Patrolmen later became these cops. And most of the cop members in the police force were Klan members. The Ku Klux Klan, the true Ku Klux Klan is not them dumbasses walking around with a hood. That shit is for talk shows, for Geraldo Rivera. The true Ku Klux Klan is the police force. So if you niggas are trying to clean that up, you are starting from the wrong place. There's a black cop sitting down talking to me, and on the news, we was watching some cop rapes or did something, and he sits there and goes, oh, brother, these police officers are making it bad for all of us. I had to hold my tongue. I was going, you stupid motherfucker. The essence of the police force is from the goddamn slavery, the party rollers, niggas, the goddamn night riders, the patrolmen. So, but you ain't gonna get, that's folly to try to educate them there. But they don't get that shit, you know what I'm saying? That's what the regulators were. And again, they showed the regulators were the first guys with the masks and the Django, all right? And in the end, like Amistad, you got the nigga, and let me tell you, there's a lot of shit I could bring up in this movie, I just don't remember. I say watch it for yourself, or you get the point. I could go through point to point. I'm not going to study none of this ignorance. Point to point, I'll give you the gist of it. And in the end, basically, they do. That's what they're trying to make like the happy ending. Because pretty much every movie has to have a happy ending. So his friends finally find him. Because in the movie, he's a freedman, got his house and his violin. Two guys ask him to do a violin job, and he reluctantly does it. And then the next scene, they drugged him. He's now in captivity. He's trying to tell people, my name is whatever the fuck. My name is Kinky Boots. I'm not a slave. Your name Tobin, nigga. And herein lies his dilemma. So they beat it out of him. And in the one with what's the boy? Avery Brooks in the 80s, they showed the nigga run away a couple of times. Going by the book. And in this one, if I don't remember, I don't think they showed him run away. He just sat there and took it. So, which means this dude altered it for this. So now, let me tell you what I was going to tell you about my UK people. On MySpace, as they were making this connection, I know they was real arrogant. Like, give me this now. Give me that now. I'm like, what the fuck? So I asked my boy from the UK, Darren, from Ancient Future. I said, yo, what's that all about? He said, niggas got this shit. That shit come from the Queen, nigga. I said, oh, okay. So, but them talking to more niggas, they got out of that habit real quick. They were getting into the social thing. But I remember I was going through something, and then I started talking about the tragedy of the movie Beloved. How this was some bullshit. I said, I can't look at Thandie Newton the same. And she was, can't that ain't got no people. I said, I don't give a fuck what that bitch dress up in. Every time I see her, give me cake. That dumb shit. Just that alone. And just the whole situation, Danny Glover, just the whole situation. So, UK chick got at me. Thandie Newton's a goddess, and started breaking down the science of Beloved. That tin box that he gave her represented his soul. And that tree on Oprah's back was the black woman and her rooted in the tree of all humanity. I'm like, somebody whipped her ass and put it on there. I was like, this is ridiculous, this folliness. Then that's when I started to realize you could turn science into anything. Niggas was dropping science on The Wire. I was like telling The Wire, I said, look, the Y was made for nothing but to embarrass and degrade black people. But the mythology of Mr. Holland's Opus and the Black Orpheus and Snoop. And shut the fuck up, you know what I'm saying? So all of that to say, niggas, UK people, what I started to notice was all black people can identify with oppression. And if you tell them the story of slavery here, I'm sure they can identify with it. But there are subtle things that I don't think my UK people was getting just for not living over here. Can I identify it? Can they feel a compassion? Don't get me wrong. They're not stupid. I'm not saying no one's stupid. I'm saying there's just a little subtle things because of how we're dealt with and treated every day in society. We kind of feel what they're symbolically saying when they show a movie like Beloved, what they're symbolically trying to do. Some niggas will just love it. They think it's black shit. Some people still think The Color Purple is profound shit. Erykah Badu's first video was a take on The Color Purple. It shows you her consciousness. Beyond, before you get to Tyrone, I knew there was something flawed if you think Miss Celie is a fucking hero. The way they degraded and dealt with the black man's image. So I kind of felt they really... So when you got Steve McQueen, Kinky Boots, that other chick doing this movie, they're gonna... The way they portray slaves, coming from the UK... It's going to be so, even if they're being authentic, it cannot be handled with a certain care. They cannot bring the subtle. I didn't feel this was happening. I felt like there was a time when the nigga told him to pick up that hay or whatever in the movie. This nigga was logically, I think the command is flawed, my friend, and got his ass whipped for that. Like I'm saying, like niggas in America, I don't give a fuck. Fresh into slavery, he needs to pick up that hay and got a whip in his hand. You gonna be, look, motherfucker, I'm gonna pick it up. You ain't got to be so mean. But yeah, well, I think the command is flawed. Like you fucking Shakespearean. He beat the shit out of Kinky Boots for that. Like little subtle things like that. You have to just be in America and just know what it is. So when they was doing it, I knew it would be fucked up. Not to say, even if niggas in America was doing it, it still would be fucked up. But I knew with them doing it, it's going to be a free fall of fucked up as it was. And I'm going to leave that bullshit alone, let you watch it. But ultimately know why they created it was to offset some of the psychological freedoms or the psychological statements they were making in Django. And they did it as a progression. Django represented you in slavery. Then actually the next one was... 12 Years a Slave. After Django and the freedom and blah, 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 to offset, they gave you 12 Years a Slave. That represented you in the slave phase. The second phase they gave you was the butler, doing the mind control during your work phase. And then the third movie was Mandela, which I didn't watch, but I could speculate based upon the real Mandela and what they were doing and what they did in the scenes was trying to give you a way to control your freedom aspect. And what they did was Mandela, they did the same thing with Obama making him the president. And we'll get there. I'm going to go through the Butler real quick. First of all, the Butler was made by a guy named Lee Daniels. He produced Monster Ball. He directed Precious. And he also directed a movie called Shadow Boxer with Cuba Gooding Jr., which is the movie he put Cuba Gooding Jr. in the dress. When you see him do his interviews, he clearly is openly gay. And he's hanging out with this white dude. I think that's who's fucking him. He's a self-hating, he's a self-loathing Negro, clearly. And you can see that in his movies. You can see that in just Precious alone. And you can see how he hates the black woman based upon the image of Precious and her mother. And everybody else is just invisible hoes. And you can see how he hates the black man, the real black man, what he did to Puffy and the boy in Monsters Ball, and how he portrayed Halle Berry. And in fact, they said that was a remake of something else. And in the movie, she finds out the white boy killed her husband, which put her son in a place where he eventually died. And she just looks up in the stars and say, fuck it, I'm going with this white boy. Fuck this nigga. The nigga wasn't worth it. In the original movie, I heard she found that shit out, killed that motherfucker. but not for Holly Berry and these niggas. So that's who he is. So with the Butler, the next in the Mind Control, which was like the third movie in the Matrix, what they did was show you your work mentality. They gave you pride in serving, basically a new age slave. So a fancy slave because you worked in the White House and so on and so forth. First of all, I told you about Oprah, and that's what I was going to bring up. Oprah is social influence. So anything she's in, they're trying to influence you socially. In that movie, all she did was argue, especially with her radical, out of control son. He represented those who are free thinking, at least, even though not really, but let's pretend he represented those free thinkings. Smack the shit out of him. You are the Butler's son. Everything you got is owned to that Butler. Bringing it back to the Butler, bringing it back to conformity, bringing it back to servitude, and they made a clear point of showing some scenes of slavery and what went down on slavery and how it flowers all the way into you're just a butler and this is a branch on slavery. So it was just another portion of Mind Control. Like I said, I'll let y'all watch that for detail. Something else I watched, real ridiculous. And throughout the movie, I remember just going, oh God, God, all through it. But I don't commit that shit to memory, I must confess. I couldn't do Mandela. The Winnie Mandela movie that T.D. Jakes did, which I'm sure is terrible, is on Netflix. I couldn't watch it. I was going to watch it before this. I just can't do it. I can't eat all of that bullshit. But like I said, primarily understand those two movies was to offset some of the psychological things they freed in Django to see what would emerge. And of course, like always, nothing but talk really emerges. And really, Spike, if there was going to be something conscious that emerges from Django, Spike Lee shut it down with the controversy. That's how stupid this straight out of this Crooklyn ass nigga is, doing shit like Old Boy. Now he's following Tarantino because Old Boy was a movie in China or Korea or Japan, one of the motherfucking places, and he just did a remake like Quentin Tarantino loves doing them shits. So those two would have set off Django. That's how they socially engineer you. That's why I went to social programming. That's how they test the water, see where your consciousness is. So I hope y'all, I think I'm gonna end this. Oh, Mandela basically was what time is it? 4:30. All right. Mandela basically was what they did with Obama, this thing of hope. Remember we talked about hope earlier? So when you're falling out of hope and they need to control you, and then Mandela finally got to a point where he was the original radical nigga, and now in the martyr in jail for 20 years to we all must be friends and I love you and love and white people are okay. And then of course Winnie Mandela, who's still on some radical shit or was on some radical, he divorced her and got rid of her because she represents the old regime while he's the new, more friendlier guy. He's the president and he's everybody's friend. Which he took one. They showed one mentality he had or was known for and brought it to a whole new mentality of we're gonna let your niggas fought enough to get in, but now y'all need to be since we getting you out the shanty towns and stopping what was they doing that form of slavery or oppression they were doing over there. He said y'all just have to have the mentality of y'all not gonna kill us, be friendly. This social programming, Mandela was the key. And then what they did in New York gave you the same thing, Obama, this false sense of hope. So now all niggas are saying, my president, remember that one? My president. My president says, this motherfucker ain't do shit for you, ain't care about your ass. Hardly even said the word nigga, African American. Trayvon could have been my son. Yeah, nigga, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And really, that was more social engineering because what that did was it didn't make you feel sorry for Trayvon. It made you think about your child. All that shit was social programming. And most niggas go for it. What was the statement with Trayvon? Oh, that could have been my son, which tells you, like, I feel for Trayvon, let's fight for Trayvon. It was really saying, let's fight because I'm fearful that it might happen to my son. All that social engineering program. Go up, niggas. Get on it. Y'all niggas need to hear this and listen to me now. You know what I'm saying? And the Academy Awards, if you look up the word academy, it means like craftsman, scientist, skillful. So when they give you an Academy Award, which is a little Pata doll, and I found out from Brother Phil that there was a ceremony in Kemet where, because Ptah is the builder, the craftsman of all matter. So if you were a blacksmith or a pyramid builder and so on and so forth, anything that created and made a physical design, you can be awarded a Ptah statue, which recognize you as a craftsman, which when you go over today, these become Academy Awards. So all these motherfuckers won Academy Awards except for the butler. Because the butler didn't get Academy Awards because I told you the butler represented your work. So psychologically, without getting awarded, that means what? You still have work to do, nigga. You don't want to get satisfied. So they didn't want to satisfy you at the level of the butler. You're supposed to feel that you got more work to do. And that's what it does. When you do the butler and you didn't get nothing, it makes you feel you got to do more work. Or we have to do something else to eventually take over this Academy Awards, get this craftsman. Everybody else got craftsman for a job well done. I don't know about Mandela. I'm probably not losing 27 million. But and then the other one I'll just throw in there at the time because Angela Bassett did it. I'll end where I'm at with Mandela, and I'll get to Black Nativity and why that was interesting and important to do, or what the psychological science of that movie was. All right, so Mandela just represents that hope, and they dictated with Mandela and through Mandela the way to chill a nigga out. This is a program we know. They did it with Ice Cube. Ice Cube, fuck the police. I'm Ice Cube, a motherfucker on death row. Then all of a sudden they put him in XXX. He's taking an arrow for the president. Before it was shoot the president, overthrow the motherfucker. Today is a nice day. Now you're taking arrows to the president. And in the movie they were showing pictures of Ice Cube, random pictures, and they actually showed a picture from one of his albums, which I said they're trying to make a connection with that image and show you now, fuck the police, all that adds up to somebody who's going to help out. And eventually got to Are We There Yet and all of that Abbott and Costello bullshit he's doing. So they took that image and totally made it stupid. That's a science. So they took Mandela's image, a martyr, 25 years or whatever, how many years in jail, freedom fighter, didn't break. And now they made him cooperative, and we all must get along, and we must do it to do it. And Farrakhan went over there with some shit. He shit all over Farrakhan. This is not the way, brother. Something like that. I don't follow that too much, but it was something on that level for the purpose of showing how if they followed him for these 25 years, basically, if we make him president, they're going to follow him in whatever he say. All we have to do is control and manipulate what he says. So when this movie comes out on I'm going to be interested in see what they did. I already seen some scenes where they already had him saying nice and friendly shit. And of course, Obama, a different kind of thing, same thing. All right, I'm going to talk about one more thing. Then we're going to end this. Nativity, which is basically the Jesus thing. And they made a big thing, Angela Bassett in it. Because the same year this came out, Angela Bassett played the goddess Marie Laveau. And she did it well. And everybody was on this shit. There was 2 seasons to American, it's called American, I don't know, whatever the fuck that is, this show. And half you niggas already saying it for me. And the 3rd season, and what's interesting about this show, let's say there are 10 people in the cast. Angela Bassett, what's the girl who played Dolores Claiborne? The one who was in Misery, the fat bitch. And Jessica Lange. So those are 3 major stars, movie stars. And Precious is in it. A couple of other familiar white girls. But what's interesting, they do different occult themes. This year, which is I think the 4th or 5th year, they're doing circus freaks. They did Psycho Ward before and one more. This particular year they did witches. And in the witches there's the white coven. There's the white coven. And then there's the niggas. And Angela Bassett is playing Marie Laveau. And let me say this. She's playing this shit well. Almost too well. So well. My lady was watching this shit. Khadijah's watching this shit. Woke up the next day and said, who's Marie Laveau? I said, you don't know who Marie Laveau is? That's the voodoo, this and that. I got books out of print on Marie Laveau, so on and so forth. She's like, nah. I said, here, read this, read that. I said, well, she said, well, Marie Laveau came and said she's going to show me some things. And she went into detail of all the shit Marie Laveau is having a conversation with her. And she said, well, I heard the name with Angela Bassett, but I didn't know Marie Laveau was a real person. I said, no. I'm like, that's why I was in awe that they going at her. I'm thinking they're about to fuck it all up. She was like, no. She said, Marie Laveau really came. So by them saying things like Marie Laveau, they're actually invoking her energy when they show it on this TV show to masses of people, whether they know it or not. That's like the same way Bobby has been giving out libation, calling on the spirit, same effect. Now, those who can pick up on it are going to get the message. Why wouldn't I get the message? Because I've dealt with Marie Laveau before, so this is not new to me. So the energy is going to be there. I'm not going to notice I'm dealing with other energy. In other words, my mind is not focused on it. Khadijah, who's not necessarily focused on it or on to something, because she never heard of her, and because Khadijah's psychic, Marie Laveau came right through. That's how Khadijah will get them. She'll come the next day. Who's this nigga? And I'll show her pictures and names. Baron Samdi came to us. She's like, who's named Baron Samdi? This is before me. And people start, she was in an Orisha house. Oh, that's this and this, and of course, that's the devil. And then she's like, well, he came, showed me this with 2 kids and blah, blah, all this detail. So much so and kept coming that's what her readings are, Samdi. And anyway, so Angela Bassett is a devout Christian, though. One of the motherfuckers that, Jesus is coming back Christian. So, of course, she had to do the nativity story to offset the energy for her, for Marie Laveau. She couldn't just do that and walk away. So that's why she did it. That's why it was important. And if it wasn't for her, that's why she's in the nativity story and got the movie. Because if an image of Marie Laveau taps into something, which it did, because I told you what happened with Khadijah, which means that's also an indication that the energy is there, and things we may not be able to make a connection with, Marie Laveau is working or doing or setting off, because we've invoked the energy. They understand it. They try to offset it with the nativity story. So for all the people who's Christian and follow Angela Bassett and watching this, and they may trigger something, they also going to go watch a nativity story and go, okay, there we go. That's what it really is. She's just acting, and it's just a role. So anything that pops up, will be oblivious to it or won't help to empower it with their thoughts, basically by them enjoying such a show. All right, I'm going to end it on this note. So we understand these 3 movies. It was not as powerful a message as The Matrix, but it was the same template. You open them up, then you shut them down with 2 more. And we understand this is for the purpose of social engineering, and programming, behavioral control, social influence. And we understand how this works now, this form of mind control, and how we're falling into it, and how we need to check ourselves if we find ourselves falling into saying it. So you're welcome, niggas. You're welcome. So remember, email me for any information you need, panicpack@hotmail.com. My site is open, occultlectures.com. That's occult lectures with an S. There you can get all my products. Be sure to join up for classes. You need to see everything on the website on the front page. Scroll down. You see it listed. All the readings we have, Akashic Record readings, Gateway readings, Deity readings, consultations. I have consultations. So all you niggas who's asking me these personal questions, now's the time. Get a consultation, and for however long that consultation you decide to get, you can ask me anything you like. All about your grandmama and what the color blue means to you and why is water wet. Whatever it is, that's what we'll do in consultations. Again, readings, herb packs, spiritual baths, spiritual power, spiritual oils, house cleaning products, you name it. Any of the magical items to straighten your monkey ass out, I have it. We'll do it. CDs for meditation. It's on, nigga. This candid land, nigga. This candid land. So contact me, Occult Lectures, or if you, like I said, on the website, if you go to the About Panic area, you're going to see Samdi readings. That's where you can find everything you need for about Khadijah, what she do. If you have questions for her about a reading or her consultations or her chakra readings or her Akashic record readings, you can get at her directly. She'll answer you. She's much more meticulous than I am. So she be answering niggas like immediately. I'm like, the fuck you doing? Them niggas could wait. She's like, fuck you, nigga. I'm doing it now. So get at her. She'll take care of you. Definitely. And her readings, like I said, the testimonials are also on that page. If you go to the More area, More, on my website, all at the top, you will find a shitload of remedies, magical tricks, information, crystal information, every crystal, every color, every perfume, every scent, combinations of bath, how to make baths, what to do with candles, how to anoint candles. I got you, nigga. That's all in the More area. You can find that, and like I said, all the products on the first page. You ain't got no excuses. occultlecture.com. I will see you soon. I'm going to do one on Professor X on Blog Talk. I'm going to do one on Dark Light, because we did one on the Science of Light. Now I'm going to do one on the Science of Dark Light coming soon. I'm going to also do another movie one, Pirates Caribbean. I'm going to do all three of those. Decode that science, that metaphysics. And all I have to say is this Candyland, nigga. Candyland, nigga.